Good morning. Good morning, my friends. And thank you so much for coming to spend your Friday, May 24th with me. Did anybody get any sleep last night? Today is day 17 of the Karen Reed trial out of Norfolk Superior Court in Dedham, Massachusetts. And according to the defense team, today is going to be explosive. At least that's what the news said, that the defense team said. Who knows who you can really trust anymore in the news? But Brian Higgins is supposed to take the stand today unless anything has changed. That seems to be the plan. A lot of you were asking in the chat about the document that dropped yesterday in court. The Commonwealth exchanged some discovery, shocking, 17 days into trial, and they're dropping some more discovery on the defense. And I know some people had some questions about that, so I will address that in just a second as we wait for some of our friends to join us. I expect that if Higgins shows up today, he's going to be on the stand for the entire day. He's an incredibly important witness. If you know, you know. Brian Higgins apparently has taken a federal proffer deal. And a proffer deal is basically an agreement between the feds and the witness, Brian Higgins. And what that means is he agrees to testify and to tell the truth and make some sort of a deal in exchange for perhaps immunity or leniency. And he's not allowed to plead the fifth when he has a proper deal. So that's going to be the interesting. Somebody said they saw him walking into court. Miss Kitty says, who is he? Brian Higgins is an ATF agent who's a friend of Brian Albert. He's the one who was seen playing grab ass with him in the bar. They were doing their fighting moves at the waterfall. We have some video of that. And if you know, and you've been covering this case with me for months and months and months, in some of the pretrial documents and the motions in limine, there are a lot of text messages. There's text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen that may be flirtatious. Yeah, that's what I'm just talking about, Laura, the medical records. So here's the document that dropped yesterday. I don't know if I can pull it up because StreamYard's acting weird today, but let me just see if I can pull it up for you. But I really don't even need to. I can just read it to you. So the Commonwealth, this is actually, let's see, it was filed yesterday, the 22nd. What's today? Today's the 24th. So it says it was filed on the 22nd. I don't think it really became public, or it wasn't really out there until yesterday, which would be the 23rd. It's the Commonwealth's notice of discovery. And they turned over the copy of the curriculum vitae of Justin Rice, Dr. Justin Rice. Dr. Justin Rice treated John O'Keefe in the ER at Good Sam. Why they haven't turned over his curriculum vitae until now, I do not know. That's also curriculum vitae is like a fancy word for resume. And I know that he's on the witness list of the Commonwealth, and he has been for some time. They may be wanting to use him or have him testify as an expert, which is why they're attaching his CV now, but I don't know why it took them so long to get. The second thing they turned over is a copy of the medical records of Brian Higgins, which is 5 pages. The third thing was a copy of enhanced image from Canton PD Cruiser 682, 1 video and 2 photos. I'm not sure exactly what that is. Maybe somebody else knows, but it's maybe some dash cam footage that we've already seen. It's just going to be enhanced somehow. But the medical records of Brian Higgins, the 5 pages of medical records, was interesting to me because, as you know, or maybe you don't know, all medical records are protected by HIPAA. So unless Brian Higgins gave consent for these medical records of his to be released to the defense, they wouldn't be being released. My initial thought was that he was going to have some sort of medical excuse for not coming in to testify, and that these medical records would be proof of that. Perhaps either he received a diagnosis, or he's undergoing some sort of treatment that would preclude him from coming into court, like a doctor's note, if you will, because anything else would have to be consented to by him. And I can't imagine that there would be any medical record. A lot of people were hypothesizing maybe he went to the emergency room, Higgins, shortly after the 29th of January, 2022. Maybe he had some injuries. Maybe he had a physical and he didn't have any injuries. I just don't see how those would come into evidence or be exchanged with the defense without consent from Brian Higgins, because they're protected by HIPAA. So I'm not really quite sure what that is. And they're not attached, obviously, because we're not going to be able to see them because they're medical records and they're protected. So I don't know. Yeah, perhaps Brian Higgins got a case of diabetes. Somebody says that could be it. Seems like it's going around. There's some sort of a panty over there in the Canton area, maybe. Diabetes panty. Karina, that's a Bob Weir song. Today might just be a Ring of Fire. Yeah, song of the day, Ring of Fire. Thanks for being a member for 3 months, Karina. We think in song lyrics over here at our channel. I'm not a cupcake. It says that on a pink sign. I think it's over here or mirrored. I can't make everyone happy. I'm not a cupcake. I have 5 kids, and that's been my mantra ever since I became a mother many, many, many years ago. So I'm going to give you commentary. I'm going to give you my opinions. I'm going to tell you what I think. I'm not going to hold back. And people that watch me like it here. If you don't like the stopping of the stream, then you don't need to stop and tell me just to not stop the stream. You just need to move along and go watch it on Law and Crime or somewhere and try and survive in the chat over there. My mods are the best on YouTube. We don't tolerate bullying. We don't tolerate any disparaging of witnesses with regard to their looks or appearance, body shaming, sexual orientation, anything such as like that. I'm not a cursor, so I don't use foul language, and the people who watch me appreciate that because they like to watch the show with their kids in the room without headphones. So we like to accommodate. Some other viewers have their 95-year-old moms in the room who want to watch true crime without me cursing like a sailor. So we accommodate. YouTube has been very strict lately, let's say, with regard to their rules and their demonetization. So we need to keep the chat classy. We keep it classy. Thanks, Deneen, for the early morning super sticker. And I'm just a girl in the world. Thank you so much for your early morning super sticker. And Christine, we need For the Love of the Traveling Mary merch. That's funny. That's funny, Christine. That's something that originated in the Maya trial, when some of the local women brought the traveling Mary to visit Maya in the hospital, and the guards and the women in the hospital, Sally Smith et al., would not allow Kathy Beatty. Remember Kathy Beatty? Oh, forgot about that trial. Would not let the traveling Mary come in to visit Maya. And that was, so now I say For the Love of the Traveling Mary, because I don't like to take, Lord's name in vain, cursey words, all that. Thank you, On Top, for your early morning super sticker so very much. Karina was a Bob Dylan tune. Well, Bob Weir then said it too, sang it too, Pierre. Karina, was it? Sometimes I'm wrong. But I also know that Rap Dog sang that song a bunch. Brian Higgins might have had dog bites, says coulda, woulda, shoulda. But again, I don't know about that, because he'd have to give his permission for that to be admitted into evidence and exchanged with the defense. So that's why I'm puzzled. I'm puzzled by this. I don't know if we're even going to find out what's happening or what these medical records are about. Don't worry. The fan is not even up yet. So I've got it here. We're going to go to it as soon as it comes on. And I hear that Alan Jackson is ready. He's ready for this. So back to Higgins. Somebody asked who's Higgins. Higgins is an ATF agent. He was in the house the night that Officer John O'Keefe was murdered. He's a friend of Brian Albert. And he's the one who has this phantom Jeep that was parked in front of the mailbox at 34 Fairview that only a few people saw. I think that Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe testified that they saw the Jeep. I can't recall now if Brian and Albert and Nicole Albert saw Brian Higgins' Jeep with the plow attached to it parked in front of the mailbox. Let's go, G. Ryan. Let's go. No, nothing happened yesterday. There was no court yesterday. Court was off yesterday. Will Higgins show? Somebody just said that they saw him walking into the courthouse. That was my thinking, just me, that these medical records that they exchanged yesterday were some sort of a doctor's note, an excuse. So there's going to be some flirtatious text messages perhaps entered into evidence between Karen and Higgins, which to me only gives, somebody else a motive to want to harm John O'Keefe. So I don't know that that's going to help them. What do you think? Magister, why do we care about where the Jeep was? Can someone close that loop for me? Please chime in, my friends, chime in. Higgins also went to log in. He had an office. Although he was ATF, he had an office at the Canton PD. And that evening, he went and logged in at 1:30 a.m. I remember Sergeant Good said he saw him come in, didn't think anything of it. So why was he going to do paperwork at 1:30 in the morning at the Canton PD? Some people think it was for an alibi. Some people think it was for, who knows, preservation of evidence. I don't know. I don't know what he possibly could have rolled over about unless he saw something or he was an accessory after the fact. If something happened in that house and he went back there to help clean up, he could be an accessory after the fact. And if he's got information and he told the feds everything he knows, he may be able to keep his pension, get leniency and or immunity. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know what he told the feds. That's under seal. Hello, Lika Lagushka. Thank you so much for your super chat. I'm here mainly for your comments. Next week, no court. Maybe go on panel with Young Jerks and Attorney Betterow. They love you there too. I'd be happy to do that. Next week, there's only court on Tuesday as far as I know. I know that Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday were scheduled days off because some jurors had conflicts, and Monday is a holiday. Virginia thinks a big surprise is coming. We can only hope. Let's only hope that they're able to find the microphone today. I would love it if somebody could help Lally and or the attorneys find the microphone. Like, give them a microphone at that podium. What's so hard about that? What's so hard about that? I don't know, but we're here for it. We're here for all of it. And I know we have a worldwide audience. So if you are international, tell us where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. Aussie Insider has done an amazing job making some really cool mashup videos of all the law tubers and other YouTubers who have been covering the Karen Read case, reaction videos, and they're really cool. And Aussie Insider, I think you found your niche. Her channel's growing. Everyone go subscribe over there. Maybe later when we have a break, we can take a look at some of the latest creations, but they're really funny and they're really great. And so many people say in the comments, I know that fan is so obnoxious, Anna. It really is. I'll take it down for a minute. So many people saying in the comments that they're so happy that she puts together these mashup videos of all of LawTube reacting to things during the trial because they just don't have time to watch, 8 hours of coverage for everyone. And you've really, your channel is growing. Congratulations. I imagine, what time is it in Australia right now? Not 2 a.m., 3 a.m. So if you're here, say hello, but it's the middle of the night for you. Tara just found you yesterday and she loves your stuff. Delphi, Indiana is not international, Grislinda, but welcome. Welcome. I saw there was some crazy stuff going on yesterday, a hearing in the Brian Kohberger case. And also, well, you're in Delphi. I'm thinking of Idaho, but yeah, that's a crazy case too. If you know, you know. The Richard Allen case. That's a crazy case. We'll have to dive into that soon because there's just so much there. It's hard to just jump into that in a shallow way because it's crazy. Thank you, Wendella Von Burden. Higgins Jeep, it matters where the Jeep was because if it was where Jen McCabe told it was, nobody would or could have seen the body of John. That's why it is so very important. Well, I don't know. She said Higgins Jeep was in front of the mailbox, right? Parked on the street with the rear end of the Jeep backed to the left side of the driveway, and then there was a plow in front of it. I don't know that it would have reached all the way to where the body was. But they put that Jeep there when they arrive. I don't know if that Jeep was there when they left. Was it? Tell me what you think, people. Carrie Brianna, thanks. Brian A. on the stand said, after bar, Higgins parked in driveway. I told him to move to the side street, to the side, so he didn't get blocked in. Right. But Ryan Nagel did not see a Jeep parked there when he pulled up with Ricky D'Antano. And he said, the testimony is so all over the place. And that's the problem when you call so many witnesses, is that everyone's going to have a different story. And then these little inconsistencies are going to bother the jury. The more witnesses you call, the more room you have for error, in my opinion. You don't need to call every single person who is anywhere near the house, especially if they're all going to say different things. So that's crazy. Hello from Sweden, 3 p.m. Thank you, Sweet Swede, for tuning in from Sweden. Forecast, the defense was quoted as saying, expect fireworks on Friday. What's coming? I don't know. Brian Higgins cannot lie on the stand. He's got to tell the truth under the deal with the feds. So when I saw those medical records, I thought for sure this was going to be an excuse for him to not have to come to court. And remember, Bev, or the Judge Cannoni, said when last we met on Wednesday, end of day, she said, you're going to have Brian Higgins here on Friday. We need to get him done in one day. And then she said, for various reasons or something like that. Did anybody pick up on that? So I don't know. Yep, heard that too, right, Janai? He can't plead the fifth, Laura Liz. Can't. Not under his deal with the feds. That's my understanding. So I think he's going to have to tell the truth about whatever it is that he knows or saw. And I do not know. And then Team Brittany says, don't call the cop across the street with a clear view of 34 Fairview on his ring cam. No, he's not important. Right. Tom Kelleher, who is the deputy chief of Canton PD at the time, is the neighbor that Canton PD got the solo cups from to collect their blood evidence in. And he says that he's got ring cameras that point right at where John O'Keefe's body was found, but he told Canton PD and or MSP that his cameras didn't show anything interesting. So, you don't need to see it. Nothing to see here, folks. Megan says that's why Bev wants him on and off. Why? Because he can't lie. He's got to tell the truth. I think he was going to go all day with him. But then Lally said he also had a couple other witnesses ready today also. So we'll see. I expect it to be explosive, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it with you guys. We are here for it. Boston Mom, how quickly do you think Caitlin Albert and Tristan Mars will get marriage now that they are engaged? Smells like spousal immunity to me for federal case. Yeah, but anything that happened before the marriage is not privileged. So spousal privilege only applies to communications during the marriage. But I did hear that Caitlin and Tristan got engaged for the federal case. Yeah, but any communications prior to the marriage would not apply, would not be covered under the privilege. So, I don't know. People are thinking that has something to do with this. I don't know. Look, Tristan was a know-nothing witness. He came up there. He couldn't have known less. He knew nothing. I don't remember. I don't recall. I got no memory of anything at all. Like that was Tristan Morris. He knew nothing. He looked good. He looked nice on the stand. He was well dressed, and he came up there, and but he didn't remember a damn thing, except for he picked Caitlin up. That wasn't the plan. He picked her up close to 2 a.m. Doesn't remember what time. Caitlin says around 2 a.m. at 34 Fairview because he didn't want to hear about it the next day from Caitlin. So a lot of these husbands that have testified or siggos of the women have not so nice things to say about their women. Did you notice that? Did you notice Kurt Roberts, who said that, that morning after Carrie left to go look for John, he plowed the driveway because he didn't want to hear it if she came back and the driveway wasn't shoveled or plowed or whatever. He didn't want to hear it. She'd come home in a mood. She'd come home in a mood if he didn't do that. Thank you, Splendid Day, for your super sticker. Life 360 for the win this morning, gifting 5 memberships. Thank you. Thank you so much. And to those of you who were randomly gifted memberships, welcome. I think you're going to like it here. Lawyer's daughter, thanks for becoming a member. What kind of lawyer? Melissa Smith, good morning. I haven't gone to sleep yet. My daughter turns 21 soon, so I'm making her drink covers. I love her so much. Oh, you're a great mom. You're such a nice mom. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to your daughter. I don't know her name, but happy birthday to Melissa Smith's daughter. Thanks, Melissa. Holly, thank you. I bet the Alberts and McCabe's are glued to their TVs waiting. I don't know. They could be in the courtroom. I wonder if they're in the courtroom. Does anybody know? I guess when we pan around to the courtroom, we'll see. BLT became a member. Welcome, welcome. Hannah Laura Willems. Hi from the Netherlands. It's 1500 hour. Well, hello to the Netherlands. Hello. We do have an international audience. In the beginning, this case was kind of local. It was kind of local. It was a Boston story. And then the more coverage it got, the more it became East Coast. And then now it's international. Maybe not on mainstream media, but it is on YouTube. Oh, the cameraman's getting the earthquake. Cam, good morning, Cam. Cam is our resident graduate of University of Missouri Law, and he's a new viewer, and he's been very active in the chat, and he's even been in the comments answering legal questions. So thank you, Cam, for giving 5 minutes for coming in to help people with their legal questions. I appreciate you, and good luck studying for the bar. Not a fun time, but I'm sure you got this. I'm sure you've got this. Amy, longtime lurker, just want to say thanks for your coverage. Thank you for watching, Amy. Thanks for watching. Long time, first time for Amy. Thanks, Amy. Thank you so much. You're very generous. Everyone say hi to Amy Z. Hi, Amy Z. Hi, Jody Mitchell. Thanks for being a member for 4 months. The Sullivan sisters are the exact type of females that I taught my daughters to stay away from. Yeah, I teach my daughters that too. Keep your circle small. Not like the kind of little circle that Jen McCabe testified to. You know how they wanted to keep everything in their little circle, but keep your circle small. You know, if somebody's trashing you, they're probably trashing you to somebody else. I mean, if somebody's trashing somebody else to you, they're probably trashing you to somebody else, right? Isn't that a good rule of thumb? A lot of people were very annoyed that they were called in to testify, those two, because they really added nothing. So many people, I heard so many people who were not familiar with the case say, I was waiting to hear that Karen did something in Aruba, like she got jealous and she hit him, or she punched him, or she slapped him, or she got violent with him in some way. That's what I was waiting for. She was jealous and she bought everybody dinner. That's what's going to be a motive for murder. Good morning, everyone. Please fasten your seatbelts. Thank you, Scott. Here's some noise in the courtroom. I'm sure they're going to start off with a sidebar, as they always do sometimes in the morning. Oh, you watched Heathers again yesterday, Christine? Thank you, Christine. We were talking about that old movie, Heathers. I think it was from the 80s with Winona Ryder. 80s, 90s. And who else was in that? Was it Christian Slater who played the male lead? And all the cool girls were named Heather. There were like 3 of them. Heather, and Heather. And so when we were watching the testimony of the Sullivan sisters, we started calling everyone Heather. That was a great movie. It's a classic. If you haven't seen it, find it. I don't know where you found it, Christine. If you want to put in the chat where you found it, where it's living right now. Heather's, yep. Cat's Meow. Didn't it remind you of that? Like all these girls being so catty. And then there's Karen, who just didn't fit in with the Heathers. She was like the Winona Ryder character. Yep. Beata, she just yelled at him in Aruba. And, according to one of those girls, Marietta Sullivan, who came out to the pool bar after and said, John's girlfriend, what do you guys like her? Do we like her? And Laura said, yeah, she's okay. And Marietta said, no, she sucks. She was very proud of that on the stand. I don't think it came across well. Tell me what you think. If you don't know anything about about this trial or about this case, tell me what you think of the testimony of the Sullivan sisters and whether it was effective or whether it was good for the defense or good for the prosecution. I'm interesting to know. Wait, my mic seems to be acting up today. Scott, do I have mic issues? Thought somebody said my mic is acting up. Mic seems to be playing up. Muffled sound on and off. All right. I'm going to unplug it and plug it back in. All right. Is that better? All right.
Unmuted.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cadoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the Fulton County of Norfolk. If you are near, give your attendance and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
The Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Al Jackson from the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Higgins Direct.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Wednesday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here Wednesday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach just briefly? My
Okay.
apologies.
I'm having a StreamYard issue. I'm just going to refresh the browser. So just wait for me. I will be right back. Hang on. haven't missed anything, but I'm just gonna have to change my mic out.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Brian Higgins.
Good morning.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Brian Higgins, Higgins.
And where do you live, sir?
Barnstable County, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to that, prior to your employment with the ATF, what, if any, other positions, what did you do for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long were you a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with Cambridge approximately 15 years.
Now, at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that, sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017 I purchased that house, and I sold it in January of 2022.
And you recall, was that early January, late January?
On or about January 5th.
And when you sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable County, or did you live somewhere else as well?
For a period of time, I rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and I had my property on Cape Cod as well.
And that in-law property in West Roxbury, that was in 2022 as well?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday and the 29th was Saturday.
If I could take you back just to at least a day or so before that, but specific of the 28th, on the 28th, where were you on that date initially?
New York City.
And why were you in New York City, sir?
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who killed in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large contingent of law enforcement there,
Yes.
Including several people from Massachusetts.
Yes.
And when did you go down to New York City?
I believe it was the 27th of February. Might have been Thursday.
So was there a wake and a funeral?
There was a wake and the funeral. Some people went to the wake, some people went to the funeral. There was services in over those couple of days.
And you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
And why is it that you were coming back on the 28th specifically?
The anticipation of a blizzard.
And how did you drove, is that correct?
I drove my government vehicle down to New York for the services.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who are they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they have to your work in law enforcement?
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Brian Albert was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General. Then it would probably be Brian Albert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin Albert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Now, speaking to the Canton Police Department at that time, as far as your assignment went with work, where was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations, so to say?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
And how was it that you came to have an office in Canton?
That relationship was through Chief Berkowitz, born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space because I had also moved there. So it was close. It was a jumping off point.
And were you the only federal agent that had space within the Canton Police Department?
I was the only one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff. And there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there. But I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
And as far as your work or familiarity with work, as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an office or a desk there?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
Now, as far as the ride back is concerned, when you drive from New York City back to Massachusetts, about how long a drive was that?
So typically it'd be I'd say like a 4-hour ride, depending on traffic. This was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrive back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City, if you know?
I believe that Brian Albert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Albert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police Department, where I dropped off Kevin Albert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Now, as
Here comes the Jeep Wrangler.
far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Albert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes,
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Now, as far as vehicles related to you, whether they be personal or work in the Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, sort of what it looked like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that, how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it
All right, I'm getting like a huge echo. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard today, or if it's a YouTube problem or what, but I'm hearing like this audio twice in my ear, so it's like making me a little bit insane right now. So I'm just trying to fix it. I can't even see that I have another tab open where it's playing, so just give me 1 second here. This is all just
was
background boring
probably
information.
6
so
feet
I'm just
8
gonna-
inches. I believe they make them in
I'll stop sharing this for a second. Because now I can still hear this in my ears. Like, this is insane. StreamYard is making me crazy today. Let's see something.
How long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something that
Okay. All right. I got it. I fixed it. I'm gonna just take this back a little bit because now I can watch this with you intelligently, even though I have no real mic today. Okay. It's always something, you guys. Always, always. Karen's looking good today. She looks like she got a good night's sleep. All right, let's take it back to here.
on traffic, this was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrive back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City, if you know?
I believe that Brian Albert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Albert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police Department where I dropped off Kevin Albert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Now, as far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
For those of you who don't know or just joining, the hillside is some sort of restaurant / bar. It's been mentioned a number of times, so I'm assuming it's a pretty popular place in Canton. That's where John O'Keefe took Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe out to lunch after he bought them all Reebok sneakers because he got a discount all the way back in the day. The first and only time that Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe met until January 29th of 2022.
Hillside.
Brian Albert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes,
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But, you know, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Now, as far as vehicles related to you, whether they be personal or work in the Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, sort of what did it look like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that, how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it was probably 6 feet 8 inches. I believe they make them in two formats, 6.8 and I think 7.2. But I believe I have the smaller blade on that Jeep.
And how often would you have, was that like a year-round thing, or how often, when about would you have that plow affixed to the Jeep?
Inclement weather or impending into inclement weather.
And is that something that you used, as far as what if any use did you put the plow on the front of the Jeep to?
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
And so you go to the hillside, and do you know about what time it was that you got there?
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert. Definitely would have been dark at that time.
And the hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with? You had been there before?
Yes.
And about how long was it after you arrived that Brian Albert arrived?
Shortly thereafter, probably, because I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous, but it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the hillside, how long were you there, and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time, maybe an hour or so. And then Brian had left before me. I remained, he left.
And if you know, about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drank all the time, Jameson and ginger.
Jameson and ginger guy.
As far as where Mr. Albert was going, what, if any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Canton Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come along?
Yes.
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And with respect to this evening, so you leave from the hillside and you go directly to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And if you know, about what time was it that you got to the Waterfall?
Again, it was dark. It could have been around 9 in the area, 9 o'clock.
And when you get to the Waterfall, do you recall where in relation to the Waterfall you parked the Jeep at that time?
No.
So you come in to the Waterfall, and where do you go?
I went to a series. I saw Brian and his family, and there was a series of high tops.
Oh,
And
the
I
high tops
proceeded to the
adventure.
high tops where they were.
Now, with respect to Brian Albert, how would you describe sort of your relationship around this time of January 2022?
He's a good friend. He's a coworker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
And through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes.
And so when you came over to the area where Brian Albert was, his wife was there, correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, was there that you were familiar with or that you knew when you came?
So it would have been Brian Albert. It would have been Nicole. I believe Caitlin was there. Caitlin Albert, Brian's daughter. Chris Albert, his wife, Julie. There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe and Jim McCabe.
And as far as the McCabe's were concerned, how familiar were you with that?
Casually.
Now, At some point, you come in, you join the group, is that correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe sort of throughout the entirety of the evening or your time at the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
No
Silly and
arguments or
fun.
anything like that that you observed from anybody that was present over the
No.
course of?
No, it was a good time, and there was a band.
And if you recall, about what time was it that you left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant.
And just to be clear, when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen Reed.
And just to be clear for the record, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you identify just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yannetti.
Just ask the record reflect the identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall how it was or where it was that you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe it was actually the hillside.
And how often would it be that you saw Mr. O'Keefe or socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I would see him at the hillside.
And as far as, were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with him doing for work?
He was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Mr. Reed, how long had you known the defendant?
It would be about the same time,
And
or as long as.
And so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to occasions, as far as would there be occasions typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
And did you have occasion to see them at other sort of social settings outside of the hillside?
I went over the house one time for the end of Patriots game.
Oh, here we go.
So if I could take you back, let me ask you this. As far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Now, through the course of time that you knew them, did you have occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them through their phones?
I had John's telephone. John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to those communications, were they texts, were they phone calls, or varied?
Oh, they would be text.
And as far as the text communications that you had, you received his contact information, you texted, someone replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone. John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening, taking you back to the waterfall, January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table when they came in?
So I think I was at the high top bar area, the high top in the bar area closest to the bar.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, what, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the glass that Ms. Reed took out of her coat?
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
And at some point, did you come to find out where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming to the waterfall?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with another establishment in Canton called CF McCarthy's?
Yes,
Is that a place that you've been to before?
yes.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw with reference to the waterfall and/or CF McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Well, that it wasn't from the waterfall.
And what makes you say that?
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the waterfall had.
Because he's so familiar
And
with
so
all
let
their
me just ask one
glasses.
further question in regard to that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it inconsistent with glasses from the waterfall?
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of like bubbles on the side of it, so to speak, like the design.
Now, after you make those observations, at some point over the course of the time that you were at the waterfall and they were there as well, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content. I don't recall what that was.
Just small talk, fair to say?
Greetings.
And
Greetings.
with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information
I did not.
at the time that you were at the waterfall?
No.
You recall sending a text or
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
at this
You notice how Lally always has a specific answer that he wants to a question, and when he doesn't get it, it's obvious, and he tries to make the witness answer the way he wants them to answer.
at the time that you were at the waterfall?
No.
To get back one
And
question.
with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information
I did not.
at the time that you were at the waterfall?
Oh, see,
No.
he texted her from at the waterfall. Okay.
You recall sending a text or
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
at this time, I know we've jumped around a couple of days, but at this time that you were at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th, did you have Ms. Reed's contact?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at some point over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
And do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well,
And do you recall what was meant as far as that text message or why you had sent that to her?
to be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Now, around midnight or so, when you leave the waterfall, well, I'm sorry, let me take it back just one step. At some point over the course of the evening while you're at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, there was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's Pizza Shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's house.
And as far as the invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard. And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
And are you familiar, at least now, with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34 Fairview Road.
That is correct, yes.
And about what time? About midnight or so when you're leaving. Who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time at the waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, What, if any, observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, is his typical, what I would see him with. And the defendant had, glasses.
And do you recall her ever, at any point that you were there, if you recall, drinking out of a glass different than the one she took out of her coat when she first arrived?
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes. But the weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on. There was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
And you drive over to the home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there. Is that correct?
I did.
And so, with regard to the home, when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow and I did a little sweep of the driveway. And then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked as Exhibit 72.
Okay.
And Mr. Higgins, do you recognize what's pictured up on the screen there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
34 Fairview.
May I approach him?
Yes.
Well, he's a smart ass, so we know that. I know this mic is not working great. I'm trying to fix my other one. I had a power surge earlier, and I think that's why it's not turning on. So I'm troubleshooting it while we speak. Bear with me.
He's right there.
So, Mr. Higgins, with that laser pointer now in your hand, if you could direct the jury's attention to, if you see it in this photograph, where you parked your Jeep at.
So the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
And so the front of your vehicle would have been pointed in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was closest to the house? So the driver's side or the passenger side?
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
So you parked along the front of the house sort of with traffic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and you can take that down. Thank you. So you arrive at the house, you do, as far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, and then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone, is there, or who, if anyone, is coming in with you?
So I might have been there. Well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area. And I believe he was flanked by at least one female, possibly two, one on each side.
And either of those females, did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do the sort of plowing in the driveway and then parking, did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yes.
Well, yes. So I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So he had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street.
Yes.
And so when you come to the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence. There's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it. And Brian Elbert Jr. was right there. And again, flanked by one, if not two females.
Now, at some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, float in at that point.
And beyond sort of the kitchen area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Elbert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps.
Question was where?
And do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Okay,
Now,
let's get that in there for a little, let's,
Let me ask you this.
thank him for his service and get that in there to make his testimony seem a little bit more credible. The question was where? Did you go anywhere in the house? There's conflicting testimony about this. Nicole Albert says they went into the library, which as you walk into the foyer is the room to the left. Somebody else said they went into the study, and somebody else said they went upstairs. Brian Albert said he took him upstairs into his son's room. So we want to know where they were looking at these photographs.
As far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what, if any, familiarity or what, if any, background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking about in the other room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between.
He said the other room is where, right? Mrs. Wicketsmont, did I miss it? Did he say what room they were in? Because I didn't hear that. I'm taking it back. I know we're a little bit behind, but we've got all day, folks. We've got all day. Because I need to know what room he says they're in.
And it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it. And Brian Elbert Jr. was right there. And
Hang on.
Military.
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking about in the other room, about how long a period was that?
What other room? Again, can we talk about what room it was? Is he not even going to ask him?
Area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Elbert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I should say.
And do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Now,
He didn't say what room it was, right?
let me ask you this. As far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what, if any, familiarity or what, if any, background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Okay, we heard that.
Brian
You
was
were
in the Marine
Army.
Corps. I was in the Army.
Oh, he said Brian was in the Marine Corps. He was in the
Mr.
Army.
Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole.
That was in the room at the same time as on yourself and Mr. Albert. Was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
So relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to be a long time because I'm not a beer drinker and that's what they had.
No, Jameson.
So I was probably one of the first people to leave.
You left because
Now,
you left because you didn't want to drink beer and that's all they had? Okay. They had no Jameson and that's why you didn't stay. Okay. But we know you went to Canton PD at 1:30, so did you go somewhere in between to get some more Jameson?
for that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you've described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No,
Did you go upstairs at any time?
no,
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
no.
And when you exited the home, you recall which of the two doors that you described that you would have exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
Fine.
And at
Was it
any point in
silly and
time,
fun?
while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
And not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Oh,
Now,
not Colin.
With respect to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you look out the windows or the door or anything like that?
No,
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
so I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door that I came in.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not. No,
And at any point in time over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those two people while you were at the house on Fairview?
while I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you left the waterfall, when you left the waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the defendant, still there?
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now,
Alive?
when you left from the residence, and again, you're not sure what time that was,
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
and do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time you left?
I think I was probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the house when you exited from the house.
Yes,
Now, you indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
yes,
You've been to his house for a graduation party for his twins, correct?
yes.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Albert.
You familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No,
And beyond the people that you've described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall anybody being introduced or identified as Colin Albert?
no,
Now, you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle, is that right?
yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what, if any, change did you note as far as the weather?
Oh, more
Just
weather.
that the weather was getting worse.
More
The snow
weather.
was picking up.
And as far as the accumulation that you had described before, as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall, what was it like when you came out of the house?
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As far as the snow was concerned, was the
Yes.
snow sticking to, or was it accumulating on the lawn as well?
I believe so. I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Okay, why did you plow the drive? Why did you do a sweep of the driveway when you got there if there was no snow on the ground, if it wasn't even accumulating at the waterfall? Because you were being a smartass, is what he said?
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to your Jeep, can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away, or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
Did you make a wavy pattern?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device called a fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away.
And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, how is, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled, and who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord, and it plugs in under the dashboard.
Fish stick has entered the chat. It's called a fish stick. For those of you who did not know, I did not know. Picks up the plow.
I reached down to find out. I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's a hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah, so if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
0.
So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see over the top of the blade?
Yeah, if it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
So you pull forward a couple of feet, and then you lift it. About how high did you lift it when you're pulling, when you stop and then lift up?
Probably like a foot or two.
And as far as following that, you pull away from the house, is that right?
Correct.
And as you're pulling away from the house, where is your attention drawn, or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And when you drove away, again, during that process, did you see anything outside of the house that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
He's going to ask it again.
As far as when you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residence at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Now, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night. So that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we get a little more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these people that you knew or had met or were familiar with?
No.
Okay, so let's make a big deal about him and Brian Albert all going to New York for a fallen police officer that they don't know's funeral. It was Jason Rivera, by the way. Let's say his name. You went all the way to New York City for a funeral of a police officer that you don't know. And that is something that is very common. Line of duty, police officer deaths are often attended by many police departments from far and wide. But this is another type of throwing in the gratuitous military thing, throwing in the gratuitous, hey, we traveled all the way to New York City for another Brother in Blue's funeral. But nobody cared enough about the Brother in Blue that was found on the front lawn of your bestie, Brian Albert, who's also a Boston police officer, to do a proper investigation or to even investigate anybody or even take witness statements from anybody in the house, because Proctor was driving all the way the hell to where the Sullivan sisters lived before he interviewed half the people or most of the people that were even at 34 Fairview that night. So this is ringing hollow to me. I don't know how you feel about it, but give me a break.
So you get back to the police station, and with regard to the Canton Police Station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, you drive in. Sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass-through door, and then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sally port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like, say, in front of the police station?
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that the typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the Sally port into the station?
Yes, that would be the route that I would go.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Sally port, the first door would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. I'd walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take you back just for a second, as far as when you initially walk into the Sally port area, that's a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
And when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the two?
So if you come into, I guess what you're asking, so if I come into the Sally port, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
Okay, do we care about any of this? Did you see Good when he came in? Did you see Goody? Because Goody said he came in around 1:30. So, okay.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the Sally port, it's not like you then have to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station. Is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small.
And when you say small, about how far?
About 12 feet, maybe.
And so you come into the station, you go by the dispatch, is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with 2 glass panes.
And as far as the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with, or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes,
You're aware that those cameras record, is that correct?
yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at a certain time?
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
And did you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably he was on midnights.
Newly promoted and he's on midnights. Okay, I think, is that the shift that nobody wants? But he has to point out that Good is newly promoted. Okay.
Do you have any specific recollection of seeing him there that evening or that early morning when you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
And as far as when you get to the police station, do you have how far drive is it from Fairview to the police station, if you know?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Now, the key that you went to your office to get a key, correct?
Yes.
And why had you left the key to one of the vehicles in the office?
So as I stated earlier, I anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
And then at some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton PD?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you've described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Could have been somewhere around 20 to 2. I'm not 100% positive.
Was it before you started butt dialing with Brian Albert? That's what we all want to know. How far is it, my friends who are local, from Canton PD to West Roxbury? If somebody could let me know that in the chat. Exactly, Darren. A lot of people think this was to establish an alibi. He's already said the key was on the desk twice. Remember, we learned that liars lie in threes. So if he mentions that key on the desk one more time, I'm not going to believe it. She did, right. I picked that up too. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Caitlin did have a Jeep Cherokee. And that's what Tristan came to pick up Caitlin in, Jeep Cherokee. He's driving a Wrangler, and I'm surprised that he doesn't know that he drives a Wrangler, but okay.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m., is that roughly?
It's not what he said. He said 20 to 2. Now you're gonna give him a wider window. Didn't he just say 20 to 2?
Could have been somewhere around 20 to 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m., is that roughly around?
He said 140.
Yes.
And when you get home,
They have everything.
do you recall like what it was that you did when you got home?
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it dragged on forever. But I think I did what I typically do after being out, having a couple of drinks.
Objection.
I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at that point.
At what point? So he had a couple more drinks when he got home he says it's 140, but then Lally gives him more latitude and makes it between 1:30 and 2, because we know what time he and Brian Albert started butt dialing each other. Now he has a couple of more drinks because now he's home where he can get his Jameson and ginger. A couple more at 1:40 or maybe 2 a.m. and something to eat because that's what he typically does. We have a lot of information about his typical behavior, his custom and practice that I think is more than we need to know. But I think we can all agree that he's probably hammered at this point.
Now, after you fall asleep at some point later on that morning or something, you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that awoke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that occurred?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you looked at your phones, and who, if anyone, was blowing up your phone, or who was calling you at that?
Well, I think first it was Chief Berkowitz, and then Brian Albert.
And you mentioned first it was Chief Berkowitz. Did you answer the chief's call at that time?
No.
Blowing
And
off the
was
chief?
that abnormal for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
No, he's an early riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other. So I just kind of blew, like, why are you calling me this early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like, that kind of caused me some concern because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
And so you answer the phone from Mr. Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did he tell you?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
Okay, so he's not allowed to talk about that conversation with Brian Albert, but help make this make sense. Obviously, his phones are on because they wake him up because both his phones are going off around 6:30 a.m., his work phone and his personal phone. Berkowitz, he blows off the chief of police. But Brian Albert, he's concerned that Brian Albert called at 6:30, but the call that Brian Albert made to him, that butt dial when he was in bed at around 2:22 a.m., that didn't wake him up. We're supposed to believe that? Make it make sense.
So you receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, from the time that you got home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, do you recall having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
And specifically, did you talk to Brian Albert on the phone at any point between the time you left his home and the time that you woke up the next morning to his phone call?
No, I did not.
Now, the previous
He was hammered. Is it possible that he forgot? Is it possible that he forgot? Well, we know that he went to a military base on Cape Cod and snapped his SIM card in half and threw his phone in the ocean or something, because apparently the witness advocate, Steve Nelson, or told him it was okay, or someone at the DA's office told him it was okay to get rid of his phone. Is it possible that he was hammered and he doesn't remember that phone call? That's what I'm starting to think.
day, over the course of it, we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to the waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert, based on whatever information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see?
I mean, I just went into the house.
As far as
Okay, riddle me this, my fellow Batman. He says he gets there a little after 7. We know from the testimony of first responders, Canton PD, they were there for at least 2 hours, right? They got there around 6:30. They're there till about 8:30. Did any of the first responders put Higgins at the house? I don't think so. I don't think Lank did. Didn't Lank? He was the first guy who was welcomed into the home. He didn't put Higgins there, did he? Tell me, is this new information that he got there a little after 7 a.m. to 34? Because Canton PD was still there at that time. They were there for at least an hour and a half to 2 hours. Thank you. Nobody put him there, right? Nobody put him there. Yep. Okay, but he's going to tell us he was there a little after 7 a.m. Why did nobody put him there? That's interesting. I know, I'm trying to fix my mic issues. There's nothing I can do right now. We're a little far behind. Hey, just bear with me.
Outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see outside the house?
I don't recall. Maybe a police car. I don't remember.
Now, with regard to starting with the weather, when you woke up and you were driving back to 34 Fairview, what was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
It was real bad.
It was real bad.
And as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
I might have went in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as other vehicles there, how many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
I couldn't say definitively.
And when you come into the house, who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house when you get there?
So I saw Brian, I saw Nicole. Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the same kitchen area that I was in before. Jen and Matt McCabe. And then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what, if anything, did you observe her to have with her when she showed up?
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
Coffee?
And as far as the house when you come in, sort of the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
The people were pretty distraught
And did you know why they were distraught?
because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
And when you received that information or were informed of that, how did you receive that information, or what, if any, impact did that have on you?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor.
If sustained, you can ask it differently.
When did you first learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview?
during the phone call at about 6:30-ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him.
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
It didn't make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
And so from this time that you're in the house, do you recall any sort of conversation about within the group as far as what was going on?
Objection.
Do you recall that there was a conversation?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and it's
Objection.
Just that.
okay.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, from the time that you arrived there later on that morning, about how long a period of time were you there for?
Less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went back to the police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
Doesn't remember that.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station at that point?
because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset. Those would be the reasons.
Do you recall whether or not, bless you, do you recall whether or not you were at the police station that day?
Yes,
I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And after you left the police station that day, where did you go from there?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Now, again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes,
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
Now, at some point, a few days following this, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that date that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
And as far as you mentioned, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink. But I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also, that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands, I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Now, when you met with him on this day, do you recall specifically what day it was?
No,
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right, or if you know?
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe, and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendant.
Yeah, you
And-
printed them out. You printed them out. We know that. Did they say what date this interview is with Proctor and Buchanan? How long they waited to interview him? It's bizarre.
How did you, in what sort of format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Well, they were copies, and I believe that the format would be the way to categorize it: screenshots.
Printed out?
And how is it that you sort of generated these from your phone?
I consulted a coworker, who's also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. What is the best way that I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement?
And why was it
So you used another federal agent and federal resources to print up your text messages from your phone instead of handing over your phone. Okay.
That you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those with the troopers?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
Now, with reference to either or both of those communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the material that you provided to the troopers, what did, if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
Nothing.
So as far as the material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes.
So there was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
No. Exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic? If you recall.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Oh, so I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, are these, I would say in sum and substance, he said, you know, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant, from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when I captured everything is exactly, it is what it is. Everything that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
And as far as when you
Nothing was deleted, but did you destroy your phone? Is the audio better now? It's not picking up my external mic for some reason, so I'm using the camera mic. I don't know. This is such a mess today. The StreamYard gods are against me today, so maybe this is a little bit better. I don't know. This is insane what he's testifying to. They just prints up the text messages and hands them over to the state police, because that's worse. Yeah, I don't know why it's not. I need a StreamYard troubleshooter. I'm working on it. I'll just be quiet for now.
provided these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions.
Intimacy.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
These, thank you. Sure, I'm going to show you two documents. One. One is 12 pages long, one is 56 pages long. If you can just look at those briefly and familiarize yourself with them, look up when you can. And do you recognize what those are, sir?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Sure. My apologies. Do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those?
So those are what Those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications with?
the defendant.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
Almost introduce in a minute.
Okay, so we'll do them separately, please, so that the first 12-page one. Thank you.
May I return both of those to the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention first to what's marked as Exhibit 103. And is that the communications or the text communications that you had with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And sir, if I could turn your attention to the first sort of content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Wednesday, November 24th.
And in general, can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
He basically, it's kind of hard to read, I apologize, but it looks like he's just reached out to me. He said, "What's up, Pell? Where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?"
So he's out, he's trying to see where you are and if you want to meet up.
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the last page within those documents you have before you. So with reference to, there's some conversation on the bottom of that last page from Sunday, January 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch the Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this date that we've been talking about as far as the 28th and the 29th? How long before?
So it was the 16th.
So
Might have
that-
been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
So that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch the Patriots game?
Well, we're the text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
Now, in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, where you used to live in Canton, where was that or how close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Ave?
Not far at all. Several blocks.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th. And I shot him a text and said, "Do you want me to clear the driveway for you?"
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you had offered to clear out his driveway.
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go over there for the Patriots game, prior to that, had the two of you had any conversation or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes. A number of times at the hillside, I was asked, "Hey, we're going to watch the last half at the house. Do you want to come by?" Things like that. Yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took them up on it this time and went over?
Well, I felt bad. I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly. I knew it was probably going to be the last game for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself and then also from the defendant independently.
You think he felt bad because he was invited so many times and he never went? Really? Does he seem like that kind of a guy? Accepting the invite to go watch the Pats game because he felt bad that there were so many invites that he didn't accept? Okay.
Now, in reference to you thinking it was going to be the last game of the season, do you recall, like, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs or it was just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
Not a big fan.
And so if you recall that evening, about what time was it that you stopped by Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh, yeah.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house when he left?
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran, never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother. And then John's nephew. And I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
From the waterworks.
The defendant, Ms. Reed, was she there as well?
Yes.
And as far as the Currans are concerned, are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know them?
Again, the hillside. I met them there, and I believe through John O'Keefe.
Meets everybody in
How well
bars.
Did you know them at that point?
Not very well.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was there. Had you ever met him before?
No.
And what, if any, interaction did you have with his nephew while you were there?
We were playing video games together.
And so the text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page. Specifically, there's text that exchanged between the two of you on Sunday, January 16th, correct?
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning, is that correct?
Mr. Lally, on this last page, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
About the middle of the page.
Can you repeat that again?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
At least he brought his readers with him.
You know
It says,
who's talking or who. Read from that text.
see it.
And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you could indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying it.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning, but I'm not sure who was saying that.
And what, if any, other communication is there later on in the same chain?
All right, I see John. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO? Was I really playing video games? That would have been me.
Hammered again.
And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit? And then it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Is that the end of that
And then
the conversation?
it appears to be, yeah. Yes.
Then the next conversation begins on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so just to point out, they're going to talk about a kiss between Karen and Higgins in the garage at John's house around this Patriots game when he's walking out. Clearly, from his text the next day, the guy was hammered. He was drinking Hennessy. He's 9:30 is like, he's, still probably drunk at this point. So anything that happened in the garage, I think now we can write off to him trying to kiss Karen in the garage because he was hammered drinking Hennessy. And he even said, I blame Karen in those text messages. He doesn't remember anything. Doesn't remember if he broke the nephew's game. But, he drove home. So guess he was a little handsy after too many Hennessy's and maybe some Jameson. Yep, blackout drunk. Sounds that way.
And is it your recollection that that was January 29th?
Yes.
And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I said, are you coming here with followed by 3 question marks?
And again, Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have before, you never responded to that text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that, correct?
Never again, no.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
For the record, that was January 16th, 2022, day after a Patriots game. He doesn't remember who they were playing. He went to John's house to watch the game because he felt bad. He had been invited a number of times but never went.
May we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and.
Oh, she's going to let the jurors stand up and stretch. Imagine that. We're a little behind, so we'll try and catch up now. It's Karen's parents right there. John O'Keefe's mom. People have been in the courtroom said that she's been sobbing, crying, and laughing at times, Mrs. O'Keefe. So I don't know what to make of that.
Thanks.
We're going to go to the fan now. All right, this will give us a little bit of a chance to catch up. Is this their mid-morning break, if anybody knows? Yeah, where is the evidence that Karen killed John? I'd like to know. I'd like to know that too. I haven't seen or heard of it yet. I'm going to take down the fan. I know my mic sounds different than usual. I don't know what happened. I had a power surge earlier, and now my StreamYard is not picking up my external mic, even though it's plugged into my computer. So I don't know. It's always something. It's always something, you guys. Always an adventure. Fan is still up. Don't worry. KOB, if the McAlbert are also on the defense witness list, are they able to sit in? They are after their testimony. I think they've been there. 1 or 2 of them may have been there. As an aside, red is your color. You look beautiful. Thank you. It's actually pink. It looks red in the lighting, but thank you. Thank you so much. Christine, thank you. Watched Heathers again yesterday. I think we went through that. Yep. Heathers is a great movie. Solomon Landscaping, good morning. Thanks for the 10. Always great content with me. Thank you. Hit the like button. She says I'm awesome. Thank you so much. YouTube user, thank you. After some thought, Karen was screaming, did I do it? It's not weird. When I was hit by a drunk driver, I was screaming, was this my fault? Yeah, I mean, trauma affects a lot of people in a lot of different ways, right? Especially if someone puts the bug in your ear that, oh, I last saw you in your car where John's body was found. Maybe you hit him. Just saying, could be. BLT, can't wait to catch the fireworks with me today. Thank you so much. Caitlin says, I love how they say hear ye, especially since it's Massachusetts. And this trial makes me want to throw the tea directly into the harbor. Thank you, Caitlin. I love how they say God save the Commonwealth. Because, yeah, God save the Commonwealth is right. Theme song, Johnny Angel. All the girls are crushing on John. I got that same impression, Susan. Thanks for the 10. Yesterday when everyone was testifying, those Sullivan sisters especially. And Carrie Roberts too, how everyone might have had a thing for John. And they didn't like the fact that John was with someone else. I don't know. That was the feeling that I got. That was my opinion, my impression. What say you? Cynthia Main. Thank you, Cynthia, for the 5. Can't afford membership right now, but wanted to say thank you for all your great videos on this case. Learned a lot. No worries. No worries. Thank you so much for coming in. Hi, Todd Feeney. Happy Higgins Day to you all. Hope you have your red solo cups for the celebration. Please delete this message from your phone. Thank you, Todd. Grey Witch, thank you for your super sticker. And Persephone's Pomegranate, thank you for your super sticker. I'm just a girl in the world, says Lally Lally makes me want a day drink. Thanks for the 5. I think there might be a couple people in the chat joining you. Margaret Kane, thank you for your super chat. I think John was pissed about Higgins' text to Karen. I think John came in hot to Higgins and that fight happened fast. Yeah, under the timeline that we have, it seems like if that's what happened, it did have to have happened pretty quickly. And many people in the house might not have known about it if he came in a different way or had something to do with those bulkhead doors. Because we talked about that bulkhead video again the other day. I don't know how many of you went back and watched it, but it's real haunting. And for some reason, I think it was Jackson who was crossing Brian Albert about that. Or Yannetti, I don't remember now. All these days are blending together. Showed that bulkhead video and they zoomed in on the doorknob. And there's going to be a reason for that, I think. Margaret Kane, thank you for the super chat. Screenshots again, that can be totally doctored. Yep. And he had his federal buddy use federal resources to print out those text messages for him and extract them for his phone. Thank you, Jerome Simmons, for the 20. Thank you for saying I'm a smart and pretty New York lawyer. I appreciate that so much. Very nice compliment. Thanks, Jerome. Trish, thanks for the 10. Since Higgins has a federal proffer, doesn't that mean he may have had some involvement in this? That was my feeling. Why would the feds need a proffer if he has nothing to testify about? That's important. So far, nothing. Guess we're going to have to see what comes out on cross. Remember, Lally's in charge right now. He's asking whatever he wants to ask. And he's asking some pretty benign stuff. But Higgins is swearing that he left there, drove his plow away, and there were no other cars there. No other cars were outside. And he doesn't remember seeing anybody else. So this timeline is going to be important. Did Ryan Nagel see the Jeep or did not see the Jeep? Remind me about that. He also didn't say he saw Colin in the house. Jerome, thank you. Again, as a native Queens boy, these Boston accents crack me up. Some of them are stronger than others, right? I'm sure they said the same thing about our New York accents too. We talk a little crazy too. I don't know, sometimes. Thanks, Jerome. Maddie says those are guilty tears. Thank you, Maddie. Dennis, thank you for gifting a membership, and to whoever received the membership, welcome. Margaret, feels like he has some serious remorse for something he did. Right. Was he part of what happened after? So far he said he's never saw them that night come to the house. He didn't see anybody's car outside. Does he know something? Did somebody tell him something after the fact? Maybe that's what it is. Because remember, when he got his subpoena to testify in front of the federal grand jury, he was ghosting Brian Albert. And Brian Albert, we know this from pre-trial motions, Brian Albert was getting annoyed because he was ghosting him. So he had his brother Kevin, was it Kevin or Chris, reach out to, I think it was Kevin because he was a Canton cop, I think, reach out to Brian Higgins and say, why are you ghosting my brother? Everyone got a subpoena for the federal grand jury and my brother wants to talk to you and you're ghosting him. So I don't know, is there a reason that he was ghosting him? Sounds like it. We haven't heard that yet. Ben, thanks for the 5. Obviously, if Higgins threw a game controller, Karen is guilty of murder. Commonwealth should rest their case. Riveting testimony. Yeah. Looks nervous, though, don't you think? For an ATF agent who's supposed to be like cool under pressure and calm. Looks real nervous to me. I'm sure the jury is clocking that and taking copious notes. But he's sticking to the narrative so far, right? Just a witch. Thank you for the 10. I believe Higgins is involved and the key to the Karen Reed case. It's sad because years ago, he absolutely saved Somerville Pio Mario Oliveira's life in a shootout. The Karen Reed case will be his legacy. Don't know about that case, but thank you for filling us in on that. That is a shame. And you're right. Seems like this will be his legacy. Vicky Watkins, thank you for the super chat from the UK. Thanks for loving my streams and for your generous contribution. Hello, Mrs. Parks in the house. Good morning. Thank you so much for the 20. Normally I'm an East Coast girl, but I just landed in Paris this morning. We want to go and see all of the things and their Louis Vuitton store, but I'm dragging my feet. Don't want to miss this. We'll be back on the replay crew. Oh, enjoy everything about it. Are you on the left bank or the right bank? I love Paris. One of my favorite cities. Great shopping. Enjoy. We'll be here for you later on the replay. Mama Fours, Rose, thank you for the 5. Thank you, Melanie Amants. It's been rough with the internet today, but I think I'm up and running. I think I'm having problems too. Don't worry. I'm having problems too. We had a power surge, screwed everything up. Thank you. Thank you, Dee, for being a member for 7 months. Higgins is an angry drunk. My father was an angry drunk, and my mom had to hide me and my brothers and sisters when he was drunk. I recognize this type of man, and they're dangerous. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Dee. No child should have to go through that. I'm sorry. And Magra, thank you for the 5. New solo cup ad suggestion. Disposable cups manufactured so clean you can collect evidence at a crime scene. Think they'll take that? So far, we've had product placement today for Jameson and Ginger and Hennessy. We've noticed that this has been the trial for quite a lot of product placement. If you know, you know. Denicia Rose says, theories. Did something happen in the basement and Higgins moved on with the plow? Stage accident, and lucky the plow driver got lucky. Karen, on the other hand, changed their original story and timeline. Feels much longer than 3 months, but in a good way. Thank you, Fairy Raven. Thank you, Fairy Raven. I may need to restart my computer. You may be right. But then, is that going to cut off this live stream? I don't know. So I don't want to risk that. It was working before we started. Angry and flirty, drunk. Yeah, a little bit crazy. We have any StreamYard experts in the chat? I sound fine? All right, I guess I sound fine. I don't know. It's just, I like my external mic better, but whatever. It is what it is. Yeah, do it in the break. I know. But I was going to run straight through with you. Did they say how long this break is going to be? Because I'm still seeing the fan and it's making me nauseous. Yeah, I probably would cut off the live. So we can't do it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Vegemite toast. Let's talk stats. Men commit homicide at an 8-to-1 ratio. There were 2 men inside who got rid of their phones and 1 who pretended not to be there. Yes, that's interesting. And Proctor was the one searching for nudes. That is correct. That is correct. Hello, fat bastard. Sound wonderful as always. Thank you. Thank you so much. Edward White says it's nice to know Boston PD is blackout drinking and driving around. Yeah, isn't it? In Canton, in West Roxbury. Austin Thinker. Shouldn't it be a big deal that all these cops are raging alcoholics who get plastered and then drive home? It should be, but you know, they let their 16-year-olds drink too and drive around, and it's like no big whoop to these people. So, you know, I don't know. In New York, we have a social host law. So if kids are drinking in your house and you're home, you're getting arrested. They're pretty serious about that here. Kiki St. John became a member. Welcome, welcome, and welcome. Thank you, Mrs. Bucket, for the super sticker. I appreciate you, as always. Well, as a parent, Brian Albert would probably say he wasn't there either, but it was his house. Tara says, Higgins seems like a semi-functioning alcoholic. Don't you think high-functioning alcoholic is An oxymoron, right? Just because you maybe have a job and you make a lot of money, high functioning alcoholic. I don't know. Just a thought. Mass cops are poopy. Susan says we have the social law host law here too, meaning in Massachusetts and in Maine. Vanessa says, well, yes, in theory, that would also work in Mass to get arrested for hosting underage kids. But hey, it's Canton, where the McAlberts rule the police. I mean, that pretty much all the evidence that we're seeing. When are they going to show me some evidence that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car? That's all I'm waiting for. We've got nothing. We've got nothing. We're on day 17, and we still have no evidence that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car, other than some alleged confession. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Heard by, guess who? Jen McCabe, all of a sudden on the stand the other day, because she never said that in 222 pages of grand jury testimony. What she said during that testimony was, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he alive? All questions. The other day when she got on the stand, she said with 100% clarity, I remember hearing Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And when she was presented with her 222-page grand jury testimony, and Alan Jackson said, show me where it says during that 222 pages, you were asked 12 times if you heard Karen say anything. 12 times you were asked, show me where it says you said I hit him. And she kind of throws it back at him and says, you want me to read all of it? And he should have said, yeah, I'll wait. I mean, she started trying to control the courtroom. He said, may I approach at one point? And Jen McCabe said, yes. Then the judge said, yes. I mean, that was so bizarre, that testimony. It was so bizarre. Hi, Katie Fisher. Thanks for the super chat. Higgins looks uncomfortable. Love from Edinburgh. Love to Edinburgh as well. How's your weather? It's going to be 86 degrees here in New York today. And Gerda, thank you so much for gifting a membership, and to whoever received it, congratulations to you. And Jem, thank you. Gerda, Jem, thanks for the super chat. Missed all of you yesterday. I'm late. Is Higgins a police officer? He is the ATF agent who's friends with Brian Albert, who was in 34 Fairview the night in question. He was at the waterfall, traveled with Brian Albert, to New York City for the fallen police officer's funeral. He also had some flirty text messages with Karen Reed, and maybe a kiss in the garage, which we have not heard about yet. But we know about that from pretrial motions. They were trying to keep it out. So who knows what's going to come in. But he's already testified that he was hammered that day. He went to John O'Keefe's to watch the Patriots game because he doesn't remember anything, according to his text messages the next day. Doesn't remember if he broke his nephew's video game controller. He was drinking Hennessy, and he was pretty hammered, apparently. He didn't come out and say it, but that's the impression we got from the text messages he had with John O'Keefe the next day. Why do the defense attorneys switch off? Because it's so much work. This is so much work. Think of how many witnesses are on this witness list. I mean, Lally mentioned, I think, 76 characters alone in his opening statement. And certain attorneys are better with certain witnesses. Alan Jackson's expertise is in experts. He will probably be doing cross of most of the experts. And so they assign each attorney to different witnesses. And it was quite a shock to a lot of people that Carrier Roberts was not crossed at all the other day. But that's the reason, because it's a lot of work. So it's better to divvy it up a bit. Michael Martin, thanks. I think Lally thinks he's prosecuting a RICO case against the McAlberts. I think they're trying to maybe establish a RICO case. I don't know if Lally is, but maybe the feds are, maybe the defense is, because there's a lot of talk about collusion, conspiracy, these group text messages, and what they may or may not have been telling other witnesses to testify about, like Carrie Roberts. And Carrie Roberts was not crossed. She wasn't there. It's probably the defense's belief that she's not part of any conspiracy or any cover-up. She just was told what she was told. She made a timeline with Jen McCabe, and that it came out that it was at the behest of Peggy O'Keefe, John's mom, that they make a timeline. But we heard about that during pretrial motions too. that Kerry and Jen made a timeline before their grand jury testimony in the spring of 2022 to be consistent with each other, to stick to a story. They threw Peggy under the bus on that one. Rocka Frocka, thank you. Did Brian Higgins sell his house since this murder too? I don't know. Does anybody know? I don't know. He lived in West Roxbury, and maybe he still lives in West Roxbury. I have no idea. I'm not local. Tipsy Gypsy, thank you. I would love to see the jurors' faces when they finally see the autopsy pictures. We'll have to wait for the defense to introduce them, I guess. I don't know. I would think that the prosecution is going to enter them in their case in chief. I would think so. They kind of have to. They're going to be calling the medical examiner. So that'll be interesting. Michael Martin, I think Lally thinks he's prosecuting a RICO case. Yeah, we just talked about that. Sorry, I pulled that up already. I don't know if Brian Higgins sold his house. Thanks, Kathy Todd, for your super sticker. Appreciate you. Pierce says the only question I had for Kerry was about the phone. Well, remember, phones don't lie. None of the first responders testified that they saw that phone. So I think we're going to see some cellular forensics between Jen McCabe's phone and John's phone and what those two phones were doing at the same time. So I think the phone is going to tell the tale. And I think that's interesting. Right. Kerry said when they took John and put him on the stretcher or the scoop stretcher, she saw the phone on the grass underneath him and she put it in her pocket. Then she handed it off to a first responder, but she doesn't remember who. That is the first we had heard about John's phone. And then we heard a lot about 7 missed calls between Jen McCabe and John O'Keefe, which she says were butt dials, putting her phone in and out of her pocket. I think she was kind of excoriated on cross about that because she would have had to have touched the phone to end the butt dial and then call again. So it would have been 7 calls. None of them went to voicemail. And I think the defense was trying to make it out like John O'Keefe's phone was lost somewhere in the house in a scuffle and they were trying to find the phone. And that's why they were calling the phone, or she was calling the phone 7 times at around the same time that the Commonwealth says Officer John O'Keefe was murdered. Mac Dickel says Jen McCabe has a pool. She wanted us to know that. She did, right? And somebody said there were pictures of a party going on at McCabe's house in between the 2nd and 3rd day of testimony. So that's interesting. Thanks, Dennis. And hello. Brian does not hear the noise outside or the dog with amazing hearing does not bark. Anyone with that happening would go out and see what was going on, especially if you're a cop. Wouldn't you think? Wouldn't you think? But then when Jen McCabe bursts into her sister's room and they're in bed together, her and Brian, she doesn't see the dog. She doesn't see Chloe. And Brian and Nicole Albert both testified Chloe was sleeping in the room with them that night. So I don't know. So much conflicting testimony. So much that if the jury knows nothing about this case. Those of us who know about this case are spinning. Imagine what the jury is thinking. Thank you, Soroto30. If you are a law-abiding citizen in Massachusetts, you feel fear when you see cops, untouchable. It's scary. I have stories as a victim and a witness, horrid. I've heard that from many, many people. So you are not alone. Amanda, thank you for the super sticker. Dennis, we just covered that. And Amanda, thank you again for another super sticker. So is thanking me, and I'm thanking you right back. People are hypothesizing also that perhaps Caitlin or Allie McCabe took Chloe home that night with them because they both, Caitlin says she's the last to leave. She got picked up by Tristan like before 2 a.m. And Allie says she was over there to get Colin. I don't know. We have no proof of any of that yet. BC Scanner says, I think there was a fight and the dog got excited and started biting. That's what my dog bite expert thinks too. Where is Chloe? Well, Nicole Albert testified that she knows exactly where Chloe is. She told the prosecution. Prosecution never told the defense. But according to Nicole Albert, Chloe was rehomed to a farm in Vermont, and she's got all the information because she met the woman halfway that took her. And she knows where Chloe is, but that information was never exchanged with the defense, shockingly or not. Is the Commonwealth done? I don't think so. It's 11:11 a.m. Those are angel numbers. Make a wish. Say a prayer. Alicia Smith says that party night was also Canton High School prom night. Oh, that's interesting. Same night as Bride Bride's birthday? Brian Jr.? Sure, he's thinking, time to rehome out of state. Watcher, why was Jen allowed to walk right into the crime scene and pick up a phone? It wasn't Jen. I think it was Carrie. Carrie was the one who said she picked it up. There are thoughts that maybe Carrie handed it off to Jen. Jen was like, give me the phone. I don't know. There's some audio on the 911 call that says something like they just flipped him over, but Carrie Roberts says they didn't flip him over. He was laying on his back. She got some baby blankets out of her trunk and wrapped his head in baby blankets. She's the only one who noticed he had a cut in the back of his head because of the blood on the baby blankets. And then she shook out the baby blankets and put them back in her trunk. The whole thing is crazy. But yeah, Carrie put the phone in her pocket. And then we don't know what happened after that. Susan Cornwall says, I think Higgins did it, in my opinion. Edward White, if you can keep me laughing during this stream, you win. AJ needs Higgins plow to get through the Commonwealth BS. It was a big plow too, wasn't it? Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Higgins supposedly left when Jen McCabe was looking for John's phone. At the exact time Commonwealth said John was killed. Higgins' headlights never saw John's body on the lawn at that time either. He also said nobody left the house before he did, but he knew that somebody was getting picked up, a female, Julie Nagel. So Julie Nagel he left before Ryan Nagel pulled up. He's saying. So that would explain why Ryan Nagel didn't see the Jeep there. And Karen pulled up first. Maybe she pulled in front of the driveway. Maybe John hopped out and jumped in to the house or to the garage or somewhere. And then Ryan Nagel pulls up with his friend, Ricky D'Antano, and that's why they don't see John. Remember, Jen McCabe's car was parked on the left side of the driveway behind at least one other car. And she drove a big Yukon, like a Denali. It had 3 rows. It's a big vehicle. If he jumped on the side of that car and walked up the driveway to the left of her car to that side door, that would explain why Ryan didn't see anybody coming out of the car, or Ricky, or Heather, who may or may not have been laying down in the back seat, right? But the McCabes, Jen and Matt, say that Higgins' Jeep was outside when Karen's car was there, right? So it's very, very, very confusing. Right, Jen says the Jeep was there when Karen was there, right? That's why this Higgins testimony. Please sing something. Nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. That came in my head yesterday when I was thinking about this case, because I've been doing nothing but eating, sleeping, breathing, drinking this case, I feel like, for a very, very long time. Nowhere to run. Yes, I am following the case in the Oklahoma Panhandle, and I need to do an update for you guys on that. I was very invested in that case in the beginning, and I had all the court documents about that brutal custody battle that was going on between Wrangler and Veronica Butler and the granny, Tiffany Adams. I broke all those documents. I need to get back and do an update on that for you. Thank you for reminding me, Steve. This has been taking up a lot of time. Yeah, but he remembers the bubbles. NYC Bulldog, but he remembers the bubbles on Karen's glass. Right. Doesn't remember much of anything else. Kim O'Brien says, I think he jumped out and she moved her car. Right. Wouldn't it make sense if you're dropping someone off to drop them off so that they can get out right in the driveway? And then the other cars come behind her, so she pulls up to let him go there because maybe he's getting out too. Wouldn't that explain why nobody saw him getting out of the car? Like, that doesn't strain my credulity. That kind of makes sense to me. And then she's waiting in the car because she said that she had said to him, go in and make sure that we're really welcome. I don't really know these people. I don't want to go in there. Let me know that it's cool and that we're welcome. And she sat outside for about 10 minutes waiting for him to get back to her, and he never did. So she got mad and drove off. Then I think we're going to have a lot of angry voicemails from her and angry text messages because he wasn't responding to her. And like we've said before, ladies and gentlemen, how many voice messages have you left someone that you wish you could retract after the fact? I don't find that to be crazy if he wasn't responding. This fan is making me really nauseous. What are they doing in that courtroom? See if we can find out. Because they cut off the audio, so we can't hear when they're coming back, how long it's going to be. Kim said, and I leave angry voicemails too. Yeah. So she was worried when she woke up in the morning because he had never stayed out all night before. And there was some testimony that maybe she wasn't supposed to stay there that night. She was going back to Mansfield, and she knew that he would never leave his niece alone because the nephew was at a sleepover. RVA, the thing that frustrates me the most is we will never truly find out what happened and the answers to our questions. I know. It's like too late now, right? Unless somebody flips and says, here's what I know, here's what I saw. Kirsten, was John ever flirting with other women while dating Karen? We don't know. I don't know the answer to that. There was some testimony from Aruba that she got angry, that she walked into the lobby and Marietta Sullivan may or may not have been playing grab ass with him, hugging him, giving him a kiss or whatever. And then the Sullivan sisters testified that they never really saw John and Karen after that night, and that Karen was crazy and stuff like that. But this was a trip that they were on in Aruba with 60 people Karen didn't really know, and maybe she didn't really like, because apparently they didn't like her either. So I don't know. I don't know anything about that. Thank you, Just a Witch, for the 5. I hope you, Dudi Ron, and attorney Mark Betterow do a live stream on this case. I would love the much respected expert opinions. It would be a dream panel. That's a great idea. Let's see if I can put that together. Donna, Texas Red. Thank you. I was attacked on the forearm by a dog. Injuries looked exactly like John O'Keefe's. Broke my nose trying to kick it from hanging on my arm. Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, everyone who's been bitten by a dog says that's what it looks like.
Those are coming in. Why don't I see counsel?
All right. She's going to see counsel. Thank you, Jessica Fitzgerald, for your super sticker. Jam Jar, thank you. I couldn't get through this without the recaps and reminders along the way. Thank you, Melanie. You're very welcome. It's my pleasure. I'm glad to be here watching this with you, because otherwise I would be by myself screaming at my television. So we're all helping each other keep sane in a way. That is already sighing. She is. Okay, jury's coming in. I'm pretty sure we're on real time here. Here we are. Again, why do they have to focus on Karen? Can they leave her alone? Leave her alone. Thank you, Lilika Goshka. Again, I feel Higgins was involved, but not the culprit. The family is protecting themselves. They wouldn't do all this for just Higgins. Also, I believe something stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Miss F, why he has to finish testifying today. I do not know. But that's what the judge said. We want to try and get this done today. But we're on Lally speed now, my friends. You know what happens with Lally speed. It's not very fast. Get the camera off of Karen. Higgins had something to do with dragging wench belt, Officer John O'Keefe, or covering it up with the plow, says Howdy. Mozzie, hi Mozzie. Another few weeks listening to Lally will turn us all into alcoholics. Carrie says there has to be a bar down the street called the Sidebar. Oh, please let there be. If there's not, that's a great business idea for someone. Open up a bar near the courthouse called the Sidebar. That's great. Karen does not have kids, Shuri, but she was very generous and very loving and very involved with the children, John's niece and nephew, whom he took guardianship of when his sister tragically passed away from glioblastoma, and then her husband passed away 2 months later. And he had had the children for about 8 months at that point. There is one in Boston, a bar called the Sidebar. Angela Marie, I didn't know. Auntie Bev's Sidebar.
Jurors, we appreciate your patience. We actually made things easier for you. So it was worth the time.
Really?
Just be mindful you step up.
And Mr. Lally, if you're going to start, are you going to start right with messages?
Yeah, sure.
All right, folks, be mindful of the instruction I've given you on digital evidence on what you have to find before you consider them. Also, I want to tell you that what you're going to hear or see is testimony about certain statements allegedly made by the defendant. You're to view those statements solely for the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind, as it might go to the nature of the relationship with John O'Keefe and potential motive. Okay? All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Presenting before you now a separate series of documents, about 118 pages in length. Page number just for your references on the side there. In general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
Text messages between the defendant and I.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will move to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No, not as the next exhibit. We are going to mark that 104A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
103A.
103A.
That's my understanding. I think the others were marked 103, so it should be.
John O'Keefe's texts were 103. The so it's 104A. And jurors, you'll have both exhibit 104 with you that was a little bit difficult to read. What we've taken all this time for as counsel was great to work out a form that is much clearer for you to be able to read, and that will be attached.
Yada, yada, yada. Thank you, Maureen Francis, for the Cash App. Thank you, Kevin, for the Cash App, and Jeanette and Justin. You guys are very generous. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Higgins, first, Your Honor, may I request permission to publish the video on screen?
Yes.
Starting with page number 1. Now, Mr. Higgins, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 104A?
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And on what dates did you?
Okay, it says at the top of the screen, it says Wednesday, January 12th, 8:27 p.m. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. And then he gives a question mark, and then there's a photo of Smirnoff Ice. Smirnoff Ice has now entered the brand product placement, screwdriver flavor. And then he says, yo, in all caps. I'm going to full screen this for you.
you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No,
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022.
no, I had not.
So initially, you received a text on that date from an unknown number, is that correct?
Yes,
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen, as far as there are gray bubbles on the left, blue bubbles on the right, which is you and which is Ms. Reed?
the blue bubbles would belong to myself.
So the other bubbles would be Ms. Reed, is that fair to say?
Yes,
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m., is that correct?
yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir, if you can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along in the exhibit before you.
Okay.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the weed whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you? Or
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
and how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker. And I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
Okay. He spun around. He spun around. So now we know that Karen uses the F word. We've heard that from a lot of witnesses. F you was something Karen said to a whole bunch of people in this trial. And he just spun around. Yeah, he was probably being creepy as hell, somebody said. Okay. And so he called her the weed whacker. That's how he now gave her a cute little pet name, the weed whacker. Right. Why would she give you the finger? Exactly. He had to have done something rude. You know what? Maybe he catcalled her or something, right? She's outside probably. If she's weed whacking, she probably has, I don't know, maybe shorts on or something. Sandra says, why would she give you the finger? You had to say something or do something that was rude. We'll see what he says. The Canton salute. My husband's a Boston cop. Right. She's like, she thinks he's a creep. She's like, get away from me. Be tooting your horn at me, dude.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 6 within that exhibit before you.
If looks could kill, they probably will.
They're not numbered, right, Mr. Lally?
I'm sorry?
They're not numbered. Is your copy numbered?
No, Your Honor. Not that I can see.
They're not. So be cognizant of that when you.
Yeah, the F word. She must be a murderer.
Oh, my
Gave him the
Just
finger.
on this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen.
Thanks, Beth. Beth says exactly.
Sir,
You
if
pull
could
over.
Read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, haha, how did you get my digits? Defendant responded, the Melissa and Lido show. I said, haha, I thought you creeped John's phone. I said, haha, again. Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it. I responded, what, with a bunch of question marks? I said, I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number with a bunch of question mark? And the defendant responded, Melissa had it.
All right, let's just digest this a minute here. Ha ha, how did you get my digits? What are we? Were we in like high school now? Are we back in the 80s? How'd you get my digits? The Melissa and Lido show. I don't know what that means. Ha ha, I thought you creeped John's phone. Like she's going to go through John's phone? Ha ha. She says, no way. Face palm. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it. And he's like, what? With a million question marks. I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number? Melissa had it. Melissa has entered the chat, my friends. Melissa. I don't think we know who Melissa is yet. But be the judge of whether you think these are like flirty texts and she was hot for Higgins. She had John. Not sure why she'd be hot for Higgins, but that's just my opinion as a woman of a certain age.
As far as in those communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Lido show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
Now, if I could direct your attention to page 9. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 9.
Right, how do we know it's Karen? There's nothing at the top of the screen
And again, sir, if
indicating.
you could read from page
anything.
9 as far as that conversation goes and just indicates whom is speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, I'd prefer a weed whacker. I responded, that's the thing about nicknames. Defendant said, we were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say. And I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, vacation where? Defendant responded, I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy. I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th to 21st for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
Oh, he knows how to ruin a mood.
As far as either one of those trips that you were discussing, do you recall any further discussion or any going on any of those trips?
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers. There may have been more conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 16, and Ms. Gilman, if I could have that.
Yeah, she's inviting them on a vacation. She's inviting him to come on vacation with them. He's inviting you
This is
guys
on that
down to
same date of
Nashville.
January 13th, is that correct?
Okay, see what happens next.
I believe so. The date's not at the top here, but I believe it is.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page of communication as far as who was speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The The defendant said, no, you're not a creep. I said, nope. She said, you're kind of a loner, which I used to be. I responded, no, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out? And then I typed circle of trust in quotes.
Yeah, Circle of Trust is a reference to, anybody know what movie? Meet the Parents or Meet the Fockers, the Circle of Trust. No, you're not a creep. I want to see what came before that. I want to see why she's saying, no, you're not a creep. Yeah, some texts are missing. Okay. Yeah, there has to be some text missing. You're right. Circle of Trust. Meet the Fockers. Meet the Parents.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17. Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And again, sir, if you could read from page 17 as far as what is said and who is talking.
So the defendant said, yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young. And I responded, he died in March of 2020. I'm still not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded, no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? I responded, cancer. Defendant responded, I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind? I responded, lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL.
If I could turn.
Okay, so he had lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis cancer. We're finding that out. That's new information, at least for me. Keep in mind also, this was after, I don't know, the Aruba incident where maybe she was jealous of whatever happened or didn't happen with Marietta Sullivan. And I don't know, so far it seems like she's just being friendly to me. Let's see, what do you think?
Turn your attention to the next page, page 18. And again, sir, if you could read from that.
In the blue bubbles is me. I said, you're funny. Defendant responded, yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. I responded, don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Then I said, who chats? ? Defendant responded, life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. I responded, that's all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton, spit it out. Defendant responded, you and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door. I said, oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now. And then I believe it starts to say out of rotation, ?
Well, let's see the next
And sir,
page.
if I could direct your attention to page 20. And again, sir, if you could read from that.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, I just got a Saturday invite. The defendant said, did you say yes? ? I said, not yet, with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, what did you say, Mr. Elusive? I responded, no, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Ha, I'm shy. The defendant responded, we prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you. And I said, ha.
Now, sir, is that the Saturday night that's being referenced there? Is that the same night that you had gone over to the home at some point for the Patriots game?
Yes.
Maybe she's being friendly because he has like 4 kinds of cancer and she's trying to be nice and get him out because she knows what it's like to suffer with chronic illnesses because she has Crohn's, MS, and a bunch of other things. And maybe she was just trying to reach out to him and be nice to him because he got dumped. I don't know.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 21.
Oh, his dad had the cancer. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
He didn't have the cancer. His dad had the cancer. I was getting messed up thinking that they put his medical records they exchanged his medical records with the defense. So his dad had the cancer. Sorry. But maybe she's just, trying to be sympathetic, invite him over, like, because he got dumped and he should get out of the house. I don't know.
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that. And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 21.
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that page.
The defendant said, John said Brian's being wishy-washy now, in quotes. I responded, haha, did you tell him you texted me? The defendant responded, no. And then I gave a thumbs up. Then I said, you cranky now, question mark. Defendant said, haha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. I said, name a few. Defendant said, name a few? I don't know. All of them, question mark. They all want to hang out with single people. And then I said,
Name a few. The McCabe's, the Alberts, Brian and Nicole, the Alberts, Chris and Julie. I mean, is that what she's getting at here? And he maybe wasn't a part of that crew, but he was because he was friends with Brian Albert. I don't know. Jimmy Billings says maybe her and John discussed her reaching out to him before this. It could be. Very well could be, but we will never know.
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 26. And sir, if I could ask you to read from that page.
in blue is going to be myself again. Foul ball. Defendant responded, you stink. I said, you suck and you're double trouble. Defendant responded, you're hot. I responded, are you serious or messing with me? Defendant responded, no, I'm serious. I responded, failing is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Defendant responded, are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here. I responded back, I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. And then it starts to say, defendant said, rather you stay here.
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the O'Keefe's house.
I believe it was that night.
Now, at Mr. O'Keefe's house on that particular evening, do you recall how you came into the house?
I believe it might have been the front door.
And if you know about how long were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything, happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
Here comes the garage incident. Listen up.
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Right.
Before
You
you
were
went
hammered.
out that way, where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
Does it seem to you like this is one of those guys who does the Irish exit or the Irish goodbye? That's what I'm thinking. He already testified that he had tons of Hennessy. He was hammered. He doesn't remember if he broke the nephew's game controller because of those texts with John the next day that we heard about first. And she said that the defendant planted a kiss on him. Okay. Maybe he got handsy with her. I don't know. She's probably not going to testify, so she can't tell her side of the story.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
And which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way.
And
I
what-
don't, I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the garage.
Because you were hammered. How reliable is your memory? Yeah, it does sound like she was worried about him driving, right? Because she knew he was hammered.
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me,
And how did she kiss you?
not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes,
Like a romantic kiss?
that's the way I interpreted it.
Was there tongue? Are we going to ask that next? Was there tongue?
And were you still inside the house at the time that this occurred, or were you outside the house, if you know?
He already said he
Not
doesn't
sure
know.
if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have, I'm not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Was that something that you were expecting?
No.
And about how long was it between when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
Well, almost immediately.
Right.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27.
Yes.
Again, sir, if you could read from that page and who's speaking.
So I'm in the blue bubbles and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning? ? Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you? ? Hello. And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a question mark on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Now, that conversation, as far as you asking her about why she reached out to you, how often was that question asked by you through the course of these text communications?
Well,
How often was that asked by you? How about we see the text messages and we can count for ourselves? That part about the feelings. Where did these feelings come from? I want to see the text before that. He's such a catch. Somebody said, like, wow. He was so drunk. He wasn't taken aback. Wow. Okay. You buying what he's selling, friends? Where did these feelings come from? I want to see what happened before that.
the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before when we were at the waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe, were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once, and during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle. There was numerous things that were going on. And that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting what was happening.
Oh, really? Trying to vet it out, trying to suss it out because you're a detective. Okay, just in case you were not aware, this will confirm that there is no bro code. Bros out there, bros. If you think there's a bro code and your friends aren't going to come after your lady, think again because there's no bro code. He's trying to suss it out, feel it out. Should I go for it? Should I not go for it? Very strange. You already showed you're not a good friend, right? This whole thing's a load of bull, says Suzanne. Yep, he sounds victimized, Lima Sierra. But in case you weren't aware, there's no bro code. Sus has entered the chat, Boston Mom.
Sir, if I could direct you to the next page, page 28. And again, sir, if you could read from that page.
So I'm in the blue bubbles. Shoot straight with me. Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree. Now what? Defendant responded, I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know? Defendant responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside for your shore.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 29.
So he liked her from jump. There was no bro code from jump. And I wish I could see the jury's reaction too, but it definitely adds to the possible fight between Higgins and John, right? And he's trying to suss her out. He's trying to vet this because he's like, how could a girl like this even be interested in me? And he's probably right. Tell me what you think, ladies and gentlemen.
If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know. You're just my type.
She's playing with him.
I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, question mark. Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a question mark. Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. I said, yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
Okay. I just need to break to say, pretty little thing, let me light your candle because mama, I'm so hard to handle. Oh, yes, I am. Bump, bump, bump. Hard to handle has entered the chat, my friends. Hard to handle. Do you think he was playing him? Maybe looking for attention from somebody because John was being a jerk since Aruba. Maybe they were fighting. Maybe she was looking for attention. Do you think she was really interested in him? I don't know. I don't know. Hard to handle has entered the chat. Yeah, he did destroy his phone, Mion. He did. That's the vibe I'm getting. She's playing with him. She's playing him. Right, Son says, if in the mob, this is punishable by death. You don't go after your friends, lady. You don't even engage, sir. You should disengage, Higgins. Wow. Okay, like this is a motive for murder. This is more of a motive for Higgins to beat the crap out of John so he can get Karen. It's more of a reason why Karen wouldn't want to go in the house if Higgins was there.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty? I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
And sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page 31 and ask you to read from that.
Please don't, because I have so much secondhand embarrassment right now. I am feeling ew. I'm feeling cringe, and I hate that word cringe. But right now, is anybody else feeling ick, like they need to take a shower? This poor sucker. This poor sucker really believed that she was hot for him. And you're right. Now the media has their sound bites to smear her. Okay, let's go on. Very ick. We need a shower after this, my friends.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now?
Okay. So apparently, he stopped by her place in Mansfield. That's what I'm getting from this. I don't know what the date is. And then he says, you don't have to bed me. You think that's what he really meant? He probably did really mean that. I'll give you whatever you want, he says to her. And now he's going to be like, oh, leaving me hanging like he's 12 or 13 or 14. You left me on red. You left me on red. You didn't respond. Somebody says, how does he have all these texts if his phone was destroyed? Because he had one of his Fed buddies print them all up for him from his phone, and he brought them in to the police. Only the text messages between him and Karen and between him and John O'Keefe in printed out form. They didn't extract his phone. He just had his Fed buddy print them out, which is probably a federal crime. So, okay.
Then I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you, what did you take that to mean?
That she wanted me to come over?
That was a question? He's like, oh, is that the answer you wanted, Lally? That she wanted me to come over? You sound like that's a question. You're not very declarative about that.
If I could turn your attention to the next page 32.
Maybe she was practically begging you to leave her alone.
If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark. Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
If I could turn your attention to the next page 33.
No, Higgins is single.
Answer.
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? Question mark. Defendant responded, where are you? Question mark. I said, Canton. Defendant said, where? Question mark. I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
Okay, are we jumping back in time? Because the chain before this said thanks for stopping by, or I'm glad I stopped by. I'm assuming that would be in Mansfield. So are we jumping backward in time now where she's telling him she has a house in Mansfield? What are we doing here? I don't even see where it says Karen's name anywhere on this screenshot. Okay, so as Yannetti explained, somebody says GP dog drool. In opening, she was exploring other options. It's not murder. In fact, it indicates the opposite. She was considering leaving the relationship. It is painful. I know, you guys. We're going to get through it, hopefully.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 34, and ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant starts off and says, "Do you like me?" Question mark. I responded, "Yes, clearly." Defendant said, "Come over my house." I responded, "When?" Question mark. Defendant said, "When works for you?" I said, "Whoever," and then "whenever." When works for you? Question mark. The defendant said, "I asked you first." I responded, "I think you're messing with me." Defendant said, "I'm glad you came over tonight," with some type of face. I responded, "Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You looked great tonight."
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 35, and the last or second to last blue
Where are the dates on this? Did he go to her house more than once? This makes no sense to me. There's no sequence to it. There's no chronological order to it.
bubble down the bottom, starting with "Are you glad?" Do you see that?
Page 35?
Yes.
And where is it again?
Second to last blue bubble, starting with "Are you glad?"
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, "Are you glad you walked me out?" Question mark.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes, with like semicolon, some type of a mark there. Are you? Question mark. And I said, DEF for definitely.
Okay. He's not reading the top of that screen, which says, she says, "I looked great. I looked great. You're full of it." He said, "I think you're hot," but he doesn't know how to use the apostrophe RE. So of course it is the wrong version of your. Nothing sexier than that. A guy who doesn't know how to use your, and your. I think you're hot. YOUR. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. And then she says, "I'm hot for the hillside." Low comps. And then he's like, "Knock it off. You're hot, period." Again, YOUR. "Are you glad you walked me out?" So this must have been what? After the football game? I don't know. Yes, he doesn't know that that's a smiley face. He calls it a "Are you?" and then def for definitely. I'm cringing.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, 36. And if you could, please read from that.
So at the top, I'm in the blue bubbles. It says yes. And then I said, "Are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM?" Defendant texted, "We kissed, comma, right?" Question mark. So then I put a question mark on her question and said, "Is this a trick question?" Defendant said, "I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house," with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, "Are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this." Defendant responded, "I live here, but I have property in Enfield." I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, "Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility." I responded, "You started this, right?" Question mark. "Why did you get my number?" And it says "each out to me." It meant to say "reach out to me." I then said, "Still have not told me."
And sir,
So she said here, "We kissed," right? So she doesn't remember either. So she was hammered too. And he puts a question mark on that bubble. Like, he's like, "Really? You don't remember? Is this a trick question?" Okay.
if I could direct your attention to the next page, 37, and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, "Sorry, should I not have?" I responded, I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. Defendant said, you're mad at me? I said, OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly. Defendant said, I told you, exclamation point. I just think you like me and I'm attracted to you. And then she said, a lot. I responded, feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming. Defendant said, why? Question mark. I responded, because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. Defendant responded, I was, but things have deteriorated.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page 38 and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, why? Question mark. How so? Question mark. What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? Question mark. Defendant responded, it is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. I responded, he seems very into you. Defendant responded, I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it. I said, that's cute. She wasn't suspicious? Question mark. Defendant responded, no, she's great. I responded, does she know you like me? Question mark. Defendant responded, she's a sweetie. We just agreed you are great, with another smiley type face.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 40 and ask you to read from that.
And what I want to know is, why is the top of this redacted? Because if it's just a phone number, okay, that's kind of weird, because he didn't plug her into his phone as anything. That's what that means, right? Because otherwise he would have plugged her into his phone as something. So you'll see when they pull it up, it's redacted.
38.
It would say Karen or
Ask you to read from that,
Weed
sir.
Whacker or whatever he.
I said, why? Question mark. How so? Question mark. What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? Question mark. Defendant responded, it is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. I responded, he seems very into you. Defendant responded, I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it. I said, that's cute. She wasn't suspicious? Question mark. Defendant responded, no, she's great. I responded, does she know you like me? Question mark. A smiley type face.
Read from that.
That's where it's redacted.
Defendant said, yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. I responded, are you breaking up or staying together? Defendant responded, I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. I responded, when was that and how did you find out he hooked up? Question mark. I don't want to complicate your situation. Defendant responded, we went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I responded, it does matter.
Now, as far as that
There's your
indication that
motive.
she made to you, is it through text communications or in person? Did she indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
So there was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before. Like, was this legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? And during that, there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
This was something that she brought up, not only in the text communications with you, but in person in communication with you as well.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page 41 and ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles and I said, did they bang? Question mark. The defendant responded, does that matter? Question mark. I said, sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. Defendant responded, it doesn't really matter. I said, okay, I won't ask again. Defendant said, I don't care, with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I responded back, okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Defendant responded, okay. I responded, why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? And then I typed on. Defendant responded, I'm not. I am, question mark. I responded, you're kind of getting defensive. Defendant responded, not at all, with an exclamation point.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 46. Ask you to read from that.
Defendant is in gray. She said, we did kiss earlier, comma, no, with an exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble, I think you initiated that, no, question mark. Defendant said, yep. Do I owe you an apology, question mark. I said, OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive? Defendant responded, I'm not. I responded, kinda. There's a P and a FFT, never, responded by the defendant. What do you want from me, question mark. I responded, what's on the table, question mark. Defendant said, what do you want ideally, question mark. I responded, the real deal. Defendant responded, it doesn't exist.
Thank you, sir.
Oh,
If I could
Paul
direct your
O'Keefe.
Attention to page 57, sir.
Paul O'Keefe with the side eye at Karen.
Defendant responded, which base down the Cape, which branch? I said, Army. Defendant said, I'm not abnormally sensitive. I responded, Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Defendant responded, OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I responded, I was just playing with you. Defendant responded, you weren't, but that's okay. I responded, stop being sensitive, please. Defendant responded, I'm not.
Isn't this where he destroyed his phone at the Joint Base on Cape Cod and snapped his SIM card? I want to see what happened before this.
Now, sir, in reference, in that page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape, is that right?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to where you live in Barnstable County?
So I can utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop. I then can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use that as a cut through at the time when I was splitting my time between two different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communications, did you offer to pick something up for the defendant from that shop?
I believe so.
If I could direct your attention to page 60. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, I don't know, question mark. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms, with kind of an emoji. I responded, more than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton, question mark. Defendant said, I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. I responded, a lot, why, question mark. Defendant respond. I then said, do you even know what you want, question mark, or who, question mark. Defendant responded, because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids.
And I never wanted kids. There it is. There it is. Is this the motive?
I responded, I thought you were happy in this. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Defendant responded, everyone is happy at the hillside.
If I could direct your attention to the next page 61 and ask you to read from that.
So it starts off with the defendant. It said, "Everyone is happy at the hillside!" Exclamation point. I responded, "Oh God, you avoid things." Defendant responded, "It's just very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues." I responded, "I think he believes he is doing the right thing." Defendant responded, "Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister." I responded back, "I know how you feel."
As if wedges haven't already been driven between Karen and the kids. Let's put this out there to drive further wedges between Karen and the kids and between Karen and the O'Keefes. This does not make her a murderer. Might not make her a great girlfriend, but it doesn't make her a murderer. If these can even be authenticated, and yes, somebody had asked if the defense has these. They do have these. They knew this was coming, but we'll see what they have to say on cross.
Kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. Then I said, "I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids."
If I could ask you to turn to the next page 62 and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, "I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids." Defendant responded, "I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me." I responded, "What did he exactly do?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids with an emoji." I responded, "Why don't you tell me?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure."
Okay, all right. Well, Marietta Sullivan told us that she thinks Karen sucks. And now we know that Karen thinks that Marietta Sullivan is gross. So tit for tat, as it were. But here's what I'm getting at here. He was a puddle all day and then he disappeared. So he was hammered pretty much all day that day of New Year's Eve, and then he disappeared. Then when she finally finds him, he was all over Marietta Sullivan in the lobby of the hotel. And she's gross. And that actually, which is why I think that may actually be worse. Not sure. I think she was hurt by that still, whenever these text messages are, because we're not sure. Somewhere around January 16th.
I responded, "Oh God, did they bang?"
Did they bang?
And ask you to turn to
KO bang bang, KO bang bang. Bang is back in the chat. We heard that earlier too. Did they bang? So he's going all out of order with these text messages. Why? I do not know. I find it very hard to understand anything Lally is doing. It's just another Lally flop to confuse the jury. Maybe.
the next page, sir, page 63, if you could read from that.
I'm in the blue. I said, "Did they bang?" Question mark. Defendant said, So I was the kids celebrating New Year's. I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. I said, Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? Defendant responded, I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose. I responded, You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you. Defendant responded, yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. I responded, or began to respond, you can vent, babe.
Babe. Oh, babe has entered the chat. He's calling her babe after a couple of messages on a peck somewhere where he doesn't even remember where it happened because he was so hammered, and neither is she. He's calling her babe. Is anybody else skeeving out right now? Again, I don't see a motive for murder here. it's not in order. This is all out of order. So we don't know if he said, did you bang once, twice, or did they bang once, twice, many times? He wants a lot of information. He seems to be really hell-bent on the details.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 64, ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin and sometimes it's thankless. I responded, Defendant responded, you probably felt that way too. I responded, I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Defendant responded, want to grab a drink, ? I responded, if you gave me some notice, I could have. Defendant responded, you in capital letters said you were adaptable.
What else does he have going on that he needs more notice to get a drink? He's got nothing else going on.
I responded, I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? Defendant responded, that sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way.
Now, as far as her invitation, is that something that occurred on one time or more than one time?
I believe it was more than one time.
And at any point in time, other than the two you've already recounted, as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game, or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury, were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 74. Ask you to read from that.
Oh, more? Make it stop.
Defendant said, are you single? ? I responded, yes. Defendant said, I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? ? I responded, you getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me? ? Defendant said, and on vacay and probably a few other occasions. I responded, you didn't really beg. Defendant said, I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? ? I responded, why would I have thought you had any interest in me? ? Usually do it when they do live with someone. And then I said, do not do it. Defendant responded, maybe, maybe not.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct you to page 77.
Why didn't they hire an actor to read this? I mean, this is just painful.
I said, I could go on, but I do not want to pump. It should say your shit up too much. Defendant responded, thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside. I responded, you know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. The defendant responded, John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly, with an emoji of somebody throwing up.
So John saw the ring video of them smooching. Is that what they're getting out here? This is new information. And explain to me someone from the Massachusetts area. She has said low comps at Hillside at least twice, and this looks like a different thread. What does she mean by that? So John saw the ring video. So was he going there to beat Higgins up that night? I don't know. Where are we? What planet are we on?
Responded, what? Defendant responded, yeah, he has cameras everywhere, you cops, with another emoji.
Didn't Higgins testify in front of the federal grand jury that Karen said to him, don't worry, I know where all the cameras are, before she smooched him? I remember that from the pretrial motions.
I responded, Jesus. Defendant said, he's like Christ. Are you guys hooking up? ? And I said, OMG, great.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 78, sir.
I responded, I don't need drama, dude. Defendant said, no, it's fine. I responded, seriously? Defendant said, I'm serious, with an exclamation point. I said, you legit planted one on me. Defendant responded, I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. And then it was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, so your slick move isn't on there with some question marks? Defendant responded, course not. I responded, oh my God. And then I said, I almost, an emoji with somebody throwing up. Defendant responded, it was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and gay Jeff too. I responded, yeah, weak. I agree.
Now, as far as cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house, is that something that you were aware was there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall.
Oh, that's funny because you testified earlier in another proceeding that she told you on the way out, don't worry, I know where the cameras are. Okay.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 79.
I responded, so now, defendant said, LOL, funny. I responded, so now he is jealous of me, question mark. Defendant said, no, with an exclamation. I told you, he likes you a lot. I said, which makes this worse, question mark. Defendant said, you said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I responded, I think he's a good dude too. Defendant responded, yeah, he is. I responded, funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse it should say the shit out of yourself because I'm a lot of fun.
Now, sir, the he that you're referring to in those text communications, who was that, just for clarity?
John O'Keefe.
And if I could direct your attention to page 84. And ask you to read from that page, sir.
Life 360 for the win for sure. If last week was the dentist, this week is the oral surgeon without anesthesia.
I said it was fun. Defendant said, I've complimented you today too, with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, and kicked my nuts in. Defendant said, OMG, how? I responded, if I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere, so I'm all set with that's, and then I said in quotations, that's fine, but I am not asking again. Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now I'm asking again with some type of I think it's a smiley face. I responded, coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why, question mark.
Oh, he thinks she wouldn't have wanted him to
If I could
leave.
direct your attention to page 90. Ask you to read from that, sir.
9-0.
90, yes.
The defendant said, no, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it up. Defendant responded, I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset, and then said, been through.
And if I could direct you to the next page, 91, sir.
Defendant said, what am I avoiding, question mark. I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids. Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. I responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that, question mark. I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir, question mark. Probably, are you having a drink right now, question mark. Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got.
Uh-oh. Drink or
If I could direct your attention to page 99.
is he looking for nudes? Somebody said I need an acid shower. Can't find it. You guys are
That's
talking
it.
quickly.
Defendant said, none of that is true, exclamation point. I'm not talking to other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, neither are you, neither is John. I responded, was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning, question mark? What do you want from me, question mark? Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Okay, he's getting awfully demanding with regard to this textationship that they seem to have here, wanting to know what's your end game here? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Is it me?
And ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, my only, I'm assuming, point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people, question mark. Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded, okay. Defendant said, you don't agree with me, question mark, question mark.
If I could direct your attention to page 107.
Oh man.
And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, at a bar, question mark.
You guys mind if I put this on like a little bit of a higher speed so we can like catch up to real time, because you could read these on the screen later if you want to and slow it down. It's a little painful. We're going to speed it up.
I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Defendant said probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will, a drink. It looks like I tabbed the bubble with a question mark. I then said, what do you drink? Question mark. Are you out now? Question mark. Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. I responded, haha, send me a pic of you two.
Oh, he wants
Now,
a pic
you
of her and her
testified
friend.
earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th when the defendant had come over your house in West Roxbury, correct?
Yes.
In this case that you just read, as well as some of these successive pages, after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston?
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend, yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk about?
It was kind of more of this. It was a kind of a, wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, you know, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for them. But, you know, John was a friend at the same time. And I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of the relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked. And it was just a weird experience. It was, I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then She left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Why not disengage?
Now, that evening or at any other point, in your friendship or your relationship, whatever, however you want to term it, was there any other sort of intimate contact beyond what you described occurring as she walked you out that night you were over at Mr. O'Keefe's house for the Patriots?
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to my residence when she stopped by, I was very uncomfortable, and it was just an uncomfortable situation. Just a weird vibe. That's the best I can describe it.
And lastly, sir, lastly, as it applies to this, turning your attention to the last page, number 118. And there's a couple different dates from the middle to the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
There is.
If I could ask you to start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all set, question mark. Defendant said, with talking, question mark? No. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond. And
The date on this is Sunday, January 23rd, it says.
I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd. I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well,
That's from you to her. Is that correct?
yes,
And then the next text communication is the following day, or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m. Is that correct?
yes.
And who is speaking in that communication, and what is said?
That is the defendant, and the defendant said, John died.
And did
Wow.
you respond to that at all?
No.
So she texted him. He texted her Friday night, we know, at 11:32 while they were at the hillside. Well, and then she texted him at 11:54 a.m. the next day, John died. We didn't know that. We knew there were a lot of text messages, but we didn't know she texted him, John died. I want to hear what happened after that. I want to know what his reaction to John died was. Okay.
Did you have any other communication with Ms. Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th?
No, I have not.
Her phone was seized.
Ms. Gilman, you can take it. Sir, if I could, a couple more questions for you, taking you back on the early morning of January 29th, when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview and then you were leaving from Fairview, if I could turn that sort of portion into your mind. When you're pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, can you recall that?
I do.
About how much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance, less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you're familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview, where there is a flagpole and a fire hydrant?
I do know where that is, yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away,
Yes.
well, I might have been I was in the street. I pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away, did you pull away alongside the curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street? Or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and it's kind of it's a one-lane street, so to speak, and nobody was coming towards me, so just pulled out into the street, drove away.
I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
Please.
Stretch.
All right, maybe we'll catch up to real time now. So remember,
Side
these are
investigation.
messages that
Sustained.
he extracted from his phone. He had his buddy extract them, and they were printed out on paper, and they were given to the police. So this is not really an extraction of anything here. He's the one who provided these text messages. Let's see Alan Jackson on cross.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Who did you come here today with, Mr. Higgins?
Who did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay, without telling me anything that you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break? Again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
1.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half.
In person or over the phone?
In person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
This is on regular speed, you guys. You're telling me to slow it down. It's on regular speed. See? Normal. 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 Maybe you're a little bit behind.
Handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything having to do with this case?
Well, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to State Police.
Your Honor, may we approach for a second?
Yes.
Yeah, if he turned over anything to police, they're entitled to it. If any notes were taken, they could be entitled to it. Because somebody says, why does he keep asking if they took notes? There was a demand made for all notes taken during any state police interviews, taken at any witness interviews, and there aren't any. Nobody ever took notes.
Other than that piece of mail that you handed to Lieutenant Tully, was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Have you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format, so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain.
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
Well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes.
In June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
I did.
It was born out of
Tragedy.
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
Horrible tragedy. Yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did, to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. The friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes,
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police Department.
yes,
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes,
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
yes,
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those 2 bay doors at your leisure.
well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right. But
But he had access to the Sally Port where the vehicle was. Maybe that's where he's going with this. The spring of 2023 proceeding that he's talking about is the federal grand jury.
places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what, back in January of 2022, probably had that office for more than what, 3 years?
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018, okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years, 2018.
No, 2018, I'm sorry.
Okay.
My apologies.
So, yeah, maybe close to 4 years.
Yes,
I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am, a
Okay.
special agent, yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's,
You're taken out of the field?
Desk duty,
was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Are you no longer in the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
desk duty.
Sustained, let's move on. You may be able to come back to this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to turn your attention now to January 28, 29 of 2022. You recall those dates?
I do,
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
like a nightmare.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes,
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
funeral service, yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial, you separate the two?
So, well, the wake would be the night before, funeral, I call them the services. It
All right.
wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services. Just
Understood.
want to be clear.
So you went with Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez, is that right?
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some of the same holiday parties, for instance,
Yes,
go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise.
retirement parties, yes, things
Might-
like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a social drink together,
Yes,
might share a meal together, correct?
yes,
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community.
could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do.
You're pretty good friends with, as a matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yes,
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
yes,
You know his brother and work with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
yes,
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
well, I think that comes with working with people, yes,
Is that yes or no?
yes,
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Chief Berkowitz, yes,
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
Objection.
Did
That
you
was a
say
joke.
that? Did you say that?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember telling
Oh, if you had to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man. That's what he said at Kenny Berkowitz's retirement party, which I believe was after the death of police officer John O'Keefe. Good. If he doesn't remember it, let's roll tape.
telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't.
If you want to hide a body, Kitty Berkowitz is your man.
I don't.
You will agree that some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
Break bread together, have meals together?
Absolutely, had lunch.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert, and you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or under, actually you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
And that was in 2 years, correct?
Yes.
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, a 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Well, could you rephrase it?
Sure. Is it true that you testified, answer, quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50, end quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay. So my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized. Absolutely.
that's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the questions. I get it.
That's fine.
I get it.
I think there are a lot of secrets here, sir. Special Agent Desk Duty, Brian Higgins. I think there are a lot of secrets here. I tend to disagree.
You also know Brian Albert well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez.
Objection,
before you
Your
ever
Honor.
knew-
Ask the question.
You knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes.
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
Yes.
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your
Brian
Honor.
Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
Uh-huh.
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
That should come in. It was a sucker punch. Eddie Hernandez is on the witness list.
Were you at a Christmas party when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to that form. You can be specific.
Have you ever been at an event with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
Christmas 5 years or so before 2022.
Okay, the objection sustained.
You do know that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked in a formal interview, do you recall, I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your testimony at a prior proceeding. You understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that,
Okay.
the formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, they're talking about the federal grand jury now. They have to couch it that way because they're not allowed to come out and say federal grand jury.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was quote,
Objection.
a little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so that is the objection sustained. That's stricken. I'll see you at sidebar.
Oh. Doesn't like it. All those cringy text messages could come in, but once we want to start about, we talk about Brian Albert sucker punching people at Christmas parties and about his reputation as a fighter, we don't want to allow this in, although this is what he testified to in front of the federal grand jury. So I'm waiting for the fireworks. Haven't seen anything yet.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother, Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years.
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally. Is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out to bars with him. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside. Is that right?
It'd be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake. Jameson and ginger. Jameson is a Irish whiskey.
It is.
And ginger is ginger ale.
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking.
He was
something?
drinking something.
Okay. Alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you, finish it, get another round.
I don't think no, I wouldn't say we were going round for round.
So he was nursing 1 beer while you had 4 Jamesons?
Well, it would have say that again?
He was nursing 1 beer while you had 4 Jamesons? What you said?
No, he was probably, maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons is more what I would
Oh.
say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it? I mean, if you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
Is that a question?
Everything I say up here is a question.
Okay.
Just presume
Well,
that.
all right. So,
Well, that wasn't. So
Oh, lightening the mood a little bit. Everything I say up here is a question. Assume that. Laugh, laugh. And then the judge says, well, that wasn't a question. Laugh, laugh. All right, we got to break and lighten the mood somehow.
yes, Mr. Higgins, that was a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking and decided to go over to the waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day. And I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there
Yes, I did.
after?
He always does the Irish exit. What did I say? I said he probably did the Irish exit that day at the football game. Didn't say goodbye to John. And now he just told us he always does the Irish exit. For those of you who don't know, Irish exit is usually you're pretty hammered and you slink out the back door without saying goodbye to anybody. If anybody wants to correct me on that definition, let me know. That's the way I know it.
You're having as many as 4 whiskeys.
Yes.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PUD district down there in Charlestown. And I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else?
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside Bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well.
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did, yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes,
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I'd describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck, didn't you?
When?
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted back, I agree.
Figure of speech.
Oh. Oh, now we're going to use figure of speeches. Like it was just a peck. Now it's a figure of speech. Did they bang? KO bang bang. Now it's just a figure of speech. Okay, good. He's going to twist. I hope he's going to twist this figure of speech around on him again in many, many ways. Keep talking, Higgy. I'm getting Higgy with it. No, the Irish exit is not a crime. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan.
With the truth, right?
Figure of speech.
After that incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them. You exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed. Is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that. After that incident, yes, after the Patriots game,
Okay, yep,
you exchanged flirtatious texts
we did.
with Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, a couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th, she didn't respond. And the 29th, she sent that last text that John died.
Well,
Those weren't,
You've looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right? Almost a
Well,
week.
I think the text,
Almost a
I think the
week.
text on the 29th, John died, there's substance there.
Okay, I'm not suggesting, I'm talking about after you said, well,
Yep.
28th, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
Good. Let's look at them
I
again.
think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of the exhibits right there.
Good. We're
After you
catching
to
up.
the last page, just look at everything on it and tell me if that refreshes your recollection. This is the last substantive text about you and Karen before your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
Okay?
Yes.
Thank you. So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another,
Do you mean intimate when you say physical?
correct? I'm
Yes.
not talking about shaking her hand, Mr. Higgins.
Well, I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to too. You didn't have any physical intimate contact with Miss Reed, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex.
No.
9 days. 9 days of messages that were basically fluff. And Higgins thought this was like a real relationship. Just a peck. Just a peck. But now, to him, that's just a figure of speech. Nobody's asked about tongue yet, so I don't know about that. But he got a cringe with Babe in 9 days. Kaylee says, in 9 days, he's pulling out Babe. Okay, that's sad for him.
And when she said, I'm glad you came over tonight in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago, she was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Ms. Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of our communication, she did express, yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal. Correct?
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, I don't care too much about that other girl, right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Right. She said something along the lines of, I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect. Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her. Were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times. You
Yes.
saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Non-committal. You were incessantly asking her what she wants from you during this 9-day relationship over text, constantly asking her what she wants from you and what she sees happening in your future after your 9-day textationship after a peck, after a football game. And now we know that John saw the video footage of it and confronted her about it. She was non-committal. I'm sorry that she ghosted you, Higgy. Sorry, sometimes that's what happens.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, why won't you answer the question? And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking you whether or not she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
Right. And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted.
You said she was hot like 5 times. Okay? Stuck in the middle with you. Remember that song? Stuck in the middle? You said she was hot like 5 times. You're not very interested? Okay.
Things like, why did you get my number and reach out? That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, now what? Is that right?
Yes.
You texted, so now what? Correct?
Yes.
You texted, I would hang out, meaning with you.
Yes.
Correct? You were showing interest in her.
Yes.
You were showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out was her interest in me legitimate? It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't initiate this, she did. And I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
You were showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Dating?
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean, it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins, well, not if both people are dating other people, right? Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted.
I thought she was an attractive woman.
Romantically attracted.
I'm not going to go there. No, I don't agree with that.
Of course you're not going to go there because that would put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it, sir?
Objection.
Not at all.
So the objection sustained is to the form. You can ask it differently, and that answer will be stricken now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I?
Why is he not going to go there? Why is he said, we saw the messages. You're hot. You know, trying to figure out what she wants. Come on. Weird.
Yes.
Objection.
Not at all.
So the objection sustained.
That would
Hold on.
put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it, sir?
Objection.
Not at all.
So the objection sustained is to the form. You can ask it differently, and that answer will be stricken
I'm
now.
sorry, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Okay? Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said you're hot.
Okay. So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question. My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
Okay. You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And the real deal with you would be to date her, to get involved with her romantically, correct?
No,
The real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
like a relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like
The same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
a romantic relationship, Mr. Higgins?
It's possible.
Right. And she was answering with things like, when you said, now what? She answered, I don't know, correct?
Yes, she did.
When you asked, so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you just read it about 10 minutes ago. Would you quarrel if
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
you were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well?
Yeah.
Okay?
Right? Did you text something like, now what? And she responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did, yes.
Okay. And you remember you just read a text where you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were sussing it out and determining whether or not you were going to advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
Now
When
joints
you
are in the
texted,
chat.
you want the real deal, she responded, it doesn't exist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And she never once in any of those texts expressed anger or hatred toward John Hickey, correct?
No, not at all.
Matter of fact, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw, she just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
Ghosted has entered the chat, my friends. She ghosted you, didn't she? After the 23rd of January.
I wouldn't agree with that.
That was frustrating to you, that she just stopped communicating, wasn't it?
No, not at all.
You'd been moving through this mindset of exploring a romantic interest with a beautiful woman, thought was interested in you. And just like that, it was done, right?
No.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry.
that.
After the 23rd, or up to the 23rd, she had been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't keep going because from the 23rd onto the 24th, the 25th, the 26th, the 27th, the 28th, all the way to the 29th, she never texted you, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts, correct?
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
All right, why don't we take our lunch and
Oh,
recess?
excellent.
What I'm going to ask the jury to do is, can we do a 45-minute lunch instead of an hour's lunch today?
What?
And also, you don't have to answer me now, but maybe we'll go to 4:30 rather than 4 o'clock, if that works for you. If it doesn't work for any one of you, let the court officer know. Thank you.
Chair is leaving your notebooks on your chairs. All right, follow me. Here we go.
Ghosted after the 23rd. I think she wants to go to 4:30 today. I'm going to assume, since we're a little bit behind, that they broke at 1 and that they're going to come back at 1:45. Can anybody confirm that for me? Because I want to fix my audio issue and take us into a different stream. We're going to teleport over to the other stream after we look at some of these questions. Donna says, can't wait for Higgins Cross. We're in it now. It's going to come back after lunch, which is only going to be 45 minutes today because Bev wants this witness in and out of here today. Thanks, Donna, for the 10. Austin Thinker, can you blame Karen? He's a sexual dynamo. Thanks, Austin. I think all the ladies out there are thinking the same. Your lady's going to throw down, fighting over him. Miss Weedwacka, that's a great one. Did you just change your name during the course of the stream? Thank you, Miss Weedwacka, for the 5. I cannot wait on cross for this one. Wait for the cross on this one. Can't help but thinking something's missing from these messages. This just feels off to me. We're going to see after lunch. Susan Lopez, thank you for the super sticker. And Susan Lopez, yeah, and reconnected. Did they briefly split? What's missing? They had dated years prior, and then they reconnected during 2020, during the panty, let's say. But they had dated briefly, I think, a while, years before. Private Gal, no copy. ARR, he confessed everything to the FBI. Thank you for the super chat. Terry, thank you for the super chat. Where did trash go from cleanup after fight? Some people think it might have gone into Tim Albert's pool that he filled up at some point. I don't know. That's what people are saying. If in fact something such as like that did happen. Rhonda Iowa Girl, thank you for the 20. I find this seedy and unnecessary. I don't see what this has to do with the night in question. I can't watch. I can't. I'll get you to on the redirect. Thank you, Rhonda, for the 20. Debbie Rose, thank you for the 10. So am I crazy, or is it feeling vulnerable and wanting someone to talk and get attention from now a motive? We're all guilty then. This just feels wrong. It does. It just feels wrong. It feels like they're reaching here. Look, was it appropriate for her to be texting him like that? No, probably not. Does it give her a motive to kill him? No, probably not. Does it give him a motive to maybe want to get rid of John? You tell me. Queen Bee, thanks. Wait, the woman you've been flirting with tells you her boyfriend died and you never speak to her again. And remember, her phone was seized right that same day. So she didn't have anyone's contact information. And I'm guessing he didn't reach out to her because he destroyed his phone. We don't really know when yet. I think we're going to find out. Keith, thank you for the 5. Did Matt make these text screenshots at the gathering the other day, dictated to by Jen, etc.? So this explains deleting phone and Karen a monster. Yes, no. These screenshots were printed up and handed to the Massachusetts State Police during the early days of this case. So we've known about them through pretrial motions for a while. He printed them all up and brought them right in with him to his interview and handed them all over, but only the text messages between him and John O'Keefe and him and Karen Reed. And who knows if anything was deleted, but they have Karen's phone extraction. So that may be something that is going to come up during cross, I hope. And David said, thanks for the 5. I think that was the proffer and not the grand jury. You think that's the interview that you were talking about. We don't know what's contained in the federal proffer. We just do not know. So I don't know that we're going to find out. That stuff is kind of not really allowed in. So I'm going to end this stream. We're going to teleport right on over to the other stream that I just set up, which is it's set to start at 1:45. I may come in a few minutes early, go stretch, take a break, take some deep cleansing breaths, make some popcorn, get a snack, because I have a feeling that Brian Higgins is going to be on through the rest of the afternoon, and she just asked the jury if they can stay until 4:30. So I'm going to end this. Let me know that you made it over there safely. And I'll see you on the other side, my friends. Let's go.